Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. The Song of the German Submariner. Originally a World War I song, and then they changed the lyrics slightly, and obviously included new stanzas during World War II. Kind of a light-hearted take on the whole submarine warfare. Kind of making fun of their enemy there. And I think it was fitting because, as of right now, we're still in 42. Drumbeat is in full swing, and it is actually looking still... At the moment, it is still looking quite good for the Axis forces. Which we know is all about to change. Now, we are hunting a convoy, which we already damaged and took 2 C3 class freighters out of it. But we're not done yet. We can see the smoke columns on the horizon there. We're gonna catch back up, overtake it, and do another approach. And hope once again that they don't sink us. Now, we still know their convoy's mean course, which is 218, I think. Oh no, it wasn't. I forgot the number. Hang on, what is it? It's 253. Okay. So 253 as their mean course, minus 45 degrees to do an offset, to do a little sidestep. So our new course is 208, because I don't want to rock up on their stern. That's not gonna help, is it? So we're gonna do something like this. 45 degrees to the side, overtake, close in, engage. Now, obviously, we have to keep an eye on the convoy. They might change their course. Things might change. The situation might evolve. Always got to be ready for this. And I hope you guys are having a fantastic Sunday. I have slept like an absolute baby, and I slept long. It was beautiful. I can't remember the last time I slept that well. Only one smoke cloud visible. Oh no, there's more back there.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Oh, is it behind the antenna? No, almost. Yeah, there they are. Okay, but they are getting quite far away. That's a destroyer, definitely. Rear guard. So I think quarter of an hour on this course, and then we're gonna go in parallel. So what was the course again? I keep forgetting this. This is the type of stuff that I would write onto my bridge window. 253.
Kurs 2, 5, 3.
Also, it's getting dark soon, which is brilliant, so we're gonna have a night attack. And I just remembered that Mai has to take care of the torpedoes. I want a T1 in tube number 3, tube number 1.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Because if we're gonna have a night attack, I can use the T1s, no issue.
Ja. Rohr 1 entladen.
And in tube 2 as well.
Rohr 2 entladen.
The stress is going down. Now here's the thing, is the high discipline also making the decrease slower? I hope not. Right, compressed air is full, lovely. Food is looking good. We finally have those potassium absorbers back into our system, so we're not gonna get caught off guard and that down. We're not gonna get caught in under the sea again. That was almost a close call there last time. Around here somewhere. Oh, here. Yeah, there it was. Yeah, that second convoy and that second Wolfpack attacking that convoy, that really kept us below the waves. That was really almost dangerous. Almost.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle. Rohr 1 geladen.
Let's load that real quick. There we go.
Rohr 2 geladen.
Tube 1, 2. That is tube 2, yeah. 1, 2. Oh, it's from top right and then counterclockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 1, 2, and 4, and I think those are also...
Ich benötige
Oh,
hier
no.
etwas Unterstützung.
Those are also the ones that we can fire as a volley, right? Get back on your
Zeit
thing.
für eine Auszeit.
I'm not sure. There was one operation. Oh, what was it called? There was one operation where they tried to free prisoners of war out of Canada's POW camps. And that was eventually a failure, but it doesn't mean that we can't get the mission. And I mean, we already have a mission to drop a weather station in North Labrador. So, I mean, it's possible. Yes, 1, 2, and 4. All tubes apart from part 3. Salvo. What? Why are you doing this? One, 2, and 4. Yeah, okay. So, in theory, if I wanted to, I could shoot all of those 3 tubes in one big, nice volley.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Which is brilliant if we want to hit some big tanker or a warship. Oh wow! Operation Pistorius, wow. When was that? What year? That early, wow. So I still see smoke columns, I think. Yes, there's one. And that's the rest. Yeah, they're not getting away. Yeah, sunsetting. Where are they now? One's over there, rest over there. Okay, especially with night falling, I probably want to close in a little bit. 20 degrees to starboard. And already switch to red light. I will need some visibility. Operation Pelican to haul 2 Ju-87 Stukas with folding wings and 2 U-boats to an unarmed Colombian island near the coast of Panama, reassemble the planes, arm them with special bombs, and set them to attack the Gatun Dam. Wow, yeah, there were some wacky operations being planned, that's for sure. Now, what was the one that I was thinking of? Ah, yes, I'm thinking of Operation Kibitz. Elaborate escape plan in 1943, orchestrated by German U-boat commander Otto Kretschmer, who was... Orchestrated by him while he was in Camp 30 in Bowmanville? The plan involved digging a tunnel from the camp and coordinating with the German Navy to have U-boat U-536 surface off the coast of New Brunswick to pick up escapees. The attempt ultimately failed due to Canadian intelligence intercepting coded messages leading to the capture of the escapees, including U-boat commander Wolfgang Haider, who reached the rendezvous point but was apprehended. That was the one. Yeah, there were some crazy plans. Like the Japanese already also had a plan to attack the west coast with with bombs to spread biological, basically biological warfare. And some sort of virus or disease or something like that. But they never finished their U-boat aircraft carrier submarine. Never enough of them anyway, and then they surrendered before the operation could be done. No, that almost looks like they're coming right for us now. The other smokestacks are not oriented to one side. And smoke columns rather. Okay, there's nothing there. Yeah, that one's traveling westward. That one as well. Okay, I think it was a time compression thing. Yeah, the convoy didn't change course. That's fine. Okay, it's absolutely fine. We're still getting ahead. Now there's a screenshot. Look at that. Gotta love it. It is a beautiful game. It is an absolutely gorgeous game. Especially water. It's really hard to make look well. And I think before this game I would have said Sea of Thieves probably has the best ocean. But I think U-Boat, it's just better. Nope, you can't. You can add a third tower upgrade, and then you get 2 MG C-30 twins on the upper balcony and a quad. What is it? A Flak 36? The quad, 20mm quad AA gun. But the U-Flaks or the flak traps, they had a second platform in the bow. So not quite. Yeah, exactly. Flak Feeling 38. That's the one. Yep. Yeah. But they weren't ocean-going submarines. They didn't take any torpedoes with them, and instead they used the storage for anti-air ammunition, and also that the whole plan of that with the flak traps was a huge failure, and it never really worked. As in, they were meant to lure planes towards them as they appear to be submarines putting out to sea. But some of the flak traps, I think 2 of them, were sunk by aircraft anyway. So the whole concept of that didn't work. I think they abandoned the project in 43. November 43, yeah. U441, U256, 621 and 953 from May to October 43. Yeah, essentially they would put to sea at the same time that a real U-boat was leaving, and then as the U-boat would dive, that thing would stay on top and try to lure the planes to attack them instead of the real U-boat. It didn't really work. And also it was found to be redundant, since all the other U-boats were getting conning tower upgrades and improved anti-air anyway. So they, it wasn't really necessary. The success wasn't there, and it was unnecessary. So they stopped that project, even though they look cool as hell. With so many anti-aircraft guns up top, it looks impressive. Yeah, with a game like this, I think you have to, don't you? Like, I can't just play on the excess power without putting some background into it. Yeah, here's U441. Let me just pull that up real quick. Ba-ba-bum. Here, that's the U flag. That's so you've got a rather heavy anti-air gun, like a 30 millimeter. I think that's the same that the Type 9 had on its rear deck. And then 2 of those quads in the one in the stern, one in the bow, completely brimming with guns. But yeah, didn't really work. Well, I don't think it's going to be that relaxing. We're still re-engaging that convoy. We're going to see some action very shortly, and the problem is that the water's not going to be deeper here. In fact, it might even be more shallow. So it's going to be another challenge. I remember that they added the U flag to Silent Hunter 5, The Wolves of Steel mod. And when I played this, I looked at the conning tower and I was like, yeah, this is fucking awesome. And then I put to sea and I realized that I only had 4 torpedo tubes. Like, I had the torpedo tubes were loaded, but there were no replacement torpedoes because all of the bow room was completely stuffed full of anti-air ammo. And so I started looking into this EU flag concept, and I was like, okay, so why would you put this in the mod? It's not necessary. It doesn't play well. Historically, not much more than a footnote. Like, there were 4 boats partially modified to it. Most of them got lost, and then they modified them back. What's the point? I think that's the issue with or one of the issues with like wargaming and yeah, like historical sims and whatnot. Like the fans demand these really niche and obscure things, and there's absolutely no reason to put so much time and effort into developing it when it really doesn't do it doesn't really have any effect on the overall course of the war. The Type 7 certainly had an effect on the war, the Type 9 certainly had an effect on the war, but I think that the Type 2 Delta, for example, I think there were only 4 of them, were they? "44, never mind. Yeah, Type 2 Alpha. 6 boats. They could have left that out. U1 through U6 were... yeah, used for training and early wartime patrols. Absolutely no point. They could have left that out. I mean, I'm glad that they're in. It's always good to have more content, for sure. But I would have rather they worked on the Type 9 earlier than they did on the Type 2. I'm gonna be honest about that. No, if you go after if you go after the escorts first, well, you might hit one, you might sink one, but then all the others are gonna come, and you're probably not gonna be able to hit a transport. And the thing is that your mission objective is to hunt transports. So if you spend all of your torpedoes, like let's say you engage a convoy, you sink one destroyer, and then you dive away, and you follow the convoy again, you re-engage. You sink another escort and then you dive away. And at some point you spend more than half or maybe all of your torpedoes just on escorts. And then you haven't achieved anything yet. Like if you can score a hit on a destroyer, like if you've got 3 boats in your sights and you shoot 2 torpedoes at freighters and 1 at a destroyer, then yeah, go ahead. But I don't think it's a good tactic to just go after the escorts first. There they are. At 110. And further back. I'm gonna have to close my curtains, I can't see anything. That's up. Hello there. Welcome. Welcome in. It might be time to turn another 20 degrees. Let's do 25 degrees.
Kurs 2, 9,
Then we've turned the initial 45 for the close-in. Yeah, Lord Royal, that's kind of true, and we still do today. That's the weird part about it. So when the piracy stuff at Somalia started, they commissioned, or they started building warships that would have been perfect for that role. And now 10 years later we have them and they are pretty much useless for anything else. Just after we found out that the age of the tank is probably over, thanks to drone warfare in the Ukraine. Now suddenly we decide to buy 1000 Leopard 2A7 tanks. It always seems like whenever it's about acquiring military tech, they seem to look at what's feasible and then do the opposite. Gesundheit. Is that the forwardmost? No, okay. That's the forwardmost, I think. Yes. Where's the rest of them? Closing in quite quickly now. Maybe I should have a little dive and have a listen. Let's do that. Get in, everybody.
für eine Auszeit.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Dive, dive, dive.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Okay, I just looked up when the Metox order came. And that was in August 43, so we've got more than a year to go until Metox is out of service.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 60 Grad.
FG1250? What is that?
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 25 Grad.
Ah.
Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Peilung 100
Yeah,
Grad.
there was infrared sights in the end of the war, I think. But it wasn't a standalone thing, right? It needed a support vehicle to light to illuminate an area with infrared light, and then the Panther could see it. Yeah, I think that's that, yeah.
Ja?
But I mean, if they're beyond the horizon, I wouldn't be able to see them anyway.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe. Peilung 80 Grad.
17 to 36 units. Yeah, I think my convoy is still there. Yeah, they are. Okay. Purpose.
Schraubengeräusche. Mittlerer Konvoi. Peilung 340 Grad.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Yeah, and I saw they used what was it? The classic Hammernerk personnel carrier, the German half track. They used that and mounted this humongous infrared light on the back of it. And usually they would be able to just park that on a hill somewhere and it would not get attacked because the Allies didn't know what the purpose of that thing was. So you wouldn't go out of your way to mount an attack on a vehicle that you have no idea what it does. It was only found out after the war that that is essentially that was essentially a vehicle to help them aim with their infrared sight. Yeah, that was crazy tech that came about in World War II. Absolutely. Yeah, that looks good, eh? Literally riding off into the sunset. Electric compressor is on, lovely. Stress is nearly down. Beautiful.
Torpedo 1 gewartet.
Why are you doing that? Why are you still on the engines? You're off watch. Since 2 minutes. Okay, never mind. Did he hang on, did he maintain a torpedo in 2 minutes? Oh yeah, I think I stopped the time once. I think he does it in under a minute. Let's find out. Yeah, that's normal though. Nothing to do with war really. It's you've always got a lot of personnel transfer. It's normal. Like the way that video games work. That you build a ship and then that ship has 220 crew and then that 220 crew just stays on that ship forever, and when they have losses they get replenished. That's just not accurate. You will have some that are on leave because of they retrieve essential training. You've got some that are landed from another ship so that they remain operational. You've got some that just leave because they've made a career decision and they're going up in ranks, so the enlisted men turning into a petty officer or an officer. Stuff like this, you know. So you would... If games were realistic, you would never have a full complement. There would always be someone missing. Also due to sickness and injury. There would always be someone missing. There would be new faces. There would be interns, basically. Maybe you'd have someone from the army who's thinking about a transfer to the navy and he wants to look at what it's like. Did he seriously just take 30 seconds? Okay, 1 minute and 30 seconds. Pretty good though. There's always personnel is always moving around, and it's really hard as an officer to know who your men are because they always change. Can someone pick up the phone, please? Mai, what's the issue? What is your major malfunction?
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Can you stop doing that? Yes. Yes, that is... Yes. Good way to look at it. Absolutely. The easiest way to understand the behavior of bureaucratic organizations is to assume that they have been taken over by a secret cabal of their own enemies. Yes. And then you use Occam's razor, with the easiest explanation always being the most likely. And you must always assume incompetence instead of malice. There's a lot of principles to go by. Yeah, exactly. I would like it if there was a crew event every now and then. I mean, they could add that in as a like on the higher difficulties, like crew management level, crew management difficulty hard or something like this.
Ja.
First of all, that any soldier who did not partake in these operations did not get the skill back. So Bullseye I got for sinking the Royal Oak in Scapa Flow. Why would my new skipper get that? If my skipper gets killed, then I get a new one. Why would he have that skill? He wasn't there. So that should be removed, at least on harder difficulties. And then I would like it as a crew event that you get a radio message that, hey, by the way, your first officer of the watch, he's been transferred, he gets his own command. Next time you go to harbor, he's gonna leave your boat, and you're gonna have to look for a new one. And I mean, the skipper should get transferred away as well at some point. Like, he's been doing 25 war patrols. He's surely a corvette captain or a frigate captain or something like this at this point. He needs to command. He should be head of the flotilla. You know, he should be promoted up the ladder. Should be in La Rochelle, and he should be commanding the entirety of the 3rd flotilla. Or maybe he should go to the Naval Academy and teach there, stuff like that. Like, he's done his part in the war. And, you know, people should just get transferred away. And that's why it should never be possible to have a fully trained crew at any point. Because people always leave. That's the worst part about being in the military. You constantly say goodbye. Because there's always people going, people coming. And it's always the good ones that leave. That's the worst part. And you're stuck with the idiots then. Definitely not. Then we wouldn't have survivors of the U-boat force. Like, for example, Erich Topp. Erich Topp became a NATO admiral after the World War II, and he survived World War II as a submariner because by the time Black May rocked around, he was already no longer on U-boats. Because he was just outranking. He just outranked the U-boat commanders. He just went up the ladder. Or the chief engineer of U-96. I think he died last year or the year before. He got off the boats because he got a teacher's position at the naval engineers school where they trained the naval engineers. So yeah, if you look at all the famous people that survived World War II on submarines, it's because they weren't on active duty on boats anymore by the time 44, 45 rocked around. The Air Force was a bit different in that regard. When they had an ace, like the Americans, if they had an ace, they would immediately send him home and have him train the new pilots. The Germans said, well, we've got an ace, he's good, let's keep him on the front line. And they had like low-level squadron commanders, they would still partake in active missions. That's why That's the German Air Force did it a little bit differently than the American Air Force. Or the American Army Air Force, sorry. But yeah, you know, on here, if you've got a sailor, a decent sailor, you would get a recommendation from one of his officers, then High Command would absolutely be like, yeah, we're gonna send him to the pity officer school and we're gonna make him a pity officer because he's gonna be of more use to us that way. And then you, as a U-boat commander, would lose him, at least for a while. I mean, he might come back as a petty officer, but... Erich Alfred Hartmann, is that him? He's a pilot, yeah. Booby, that's a nice nickname. Oh, he died the year I was born. 352 confirmed kills. Yeah, they would keep them on the front line as long as humanly possible. Yeah, and the American, the best fighter ace of World War II from the American side is Major Richard Ibon, achieved 40 confirmed kills. So I'm sure Mr. Bong could have reached 360 kills as well, but that's not how the Americans did things. He was killed in a test flight accident in August 45. Ah, get that, you survive the war and then you do aircraft testing and then you die that way. What a sad way to go. Where are my friends? There they are. Bit worried though by the fact that I can't see the rest of the convoy yet. There's some. He's going the other way. Maybe an escort went away to do a little check and then came back. Although I don't think they do this in this game. In Silent Hunter 3 they would do it. And that was dangerous. You could sneak up on a convoy and suddenly the thing comes straight for you and you wonder if they spotted you or if they're just going there randomly. I need to add that to this game. Just, every now and then, maybe every hour, in irregular intervals, they just steam away from the convoy, do a little sonar sweep around the area and then come back. Because you don't want to fall into routine when you're under threat of submarine attack. They will leave the damaged ship. Right, there's one. That's two. I think that's the forwardmost escort. 3, 4. That's not my 13 promised contact. There's another. Not happy. Where are they all hiding? Yeah, that one's not part of the convoy, I think. I mean, there's coastal traffic going on, of course. Not only my convoy here. Okay, that's dead astern, there's nothing there. There's one. Two. Three. I guess I gotta take another dive.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Thank you.
Auf E.
That's where the group is. Starboard side astern, which is perfect. That's right where I want them.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
One contact. That's the one that we saw going the other way. There's another convoy dead ahead.
Ich benötige Ihre Unterstützung.
Oh yeah. Okay, so if I don't get my convoy, I'm gonna take that one.
Herr Kapitän?
Alright, turn us 45 degrees to starboard, please.
Kurs 3, 4, 5.
And slow us down.
Kleine Fahrt voraus. Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Where did my convoy go? Did they just despawn? A hundred degrees?
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Approximately. So somewhere in this direction.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
He hasn't picked that up yet. There we go. 70 degrees, 5 to 20, 5 to 12 units. New secret ally stealth tag. Yeah, they've got submersible tankers and freighters. They just dived and turned off their engines. Yeah, that's the convoy. 5 to 12 units. Well, a lot of them broke off then. And another 16 and 233. There we go. Bearing 90. Perfect. We're right ahead of them. 90, 10 to 16 miles. Let's see. That's a margin of 10 miles. Somewhere here at, after the save, 0107. And we know from earlier that their course was something along the lines of 253.
Handelsschiff. 275 Grad.
So we've already passed their headline. Yeah, but I mean that's going to be a large convoy. They're gonna have be something like this big. So some of them are going to pass in front of us, and some of them are going to pass behind us.
Wie lauten Ihre
Maybe we can
Befehle,
do
Herr
some fine
Kaloi?
adjusting.
Kleine Fahrt zurück.
Do some backtracking. Yeah, essentially I want to keep them steady on 90.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Weather's getting worse. That's not good. Oh no. I'll probably not be able to attack in this weather. There they are. I mean, the sea state is alright. It's just that bad visibility, which is kind of good. Because if I can't see, they can't see either.
Auf Blaulichtschalten.
Erledigt, Herr Kaloi. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Yeah, without the red light, you just can't see anything. But it's okay, we've got our ears, we don't need to see. "17 to 36 units. That's still pretty damn good. "160 meters below the keel. That is not pretty damn good. That's pretty bad.
Herr Kapitän?
A lot of traffic here. I like that.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Raumgeräusch, Handelsschiff, 0 Grad.
Ja.
170 Grad.
Alarm! Konvoi in Sicht. Peilung 90 Grad.
Auf Rotlicht wechseln.
Oh god. I can't see a lot, I'm gonna be honest.
Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
E-Motoren besetzen.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
That's gonna be a challenge. But we love a good challenge, don't we? Now I think 7.5 was the convoy's initial speed last time. And they then dropped it quite considerably when the first torpedo hit.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Every now and then I get a glimpse when there's a thunder, when there's a lightning bolt. Still rather far away though. Hydrophone man, what's the word?
Lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloi.
5 to 10 miles, 2 to 5 miles? Yeah, they're so close that he's breaking them up into smaller groups. But we, of course, know that that is one giant group. This one looks promising. 52 degrees, 2 to 5 miles. And this is the moment where I find out that that's a destroyer.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Come on, Thunder. Probably is a destroyer.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Thank you. Can't make out what it is. The lightning flashes are too short. Very far away too.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Now, do you sort them by range or no? By bearing? No. What do you sort them by? 75 degrees, 4 to 11 units, 5 to 10 miles. That's probably the group that we want. 5 to 10, but they're still out quite a bit.
320 Grad.
Need to wait for them to get closer.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
And where's my friend in 52? 25, 3 to 8 units, that's not him. And gone, that one.
Herr Kaloi.
Where are you? Nope. We lost contact to that guy. Hmm. It's not gonna be a good attack, I can tell you that. Hopefully we can get one. There he is. 48 degrees. Ten, 20, 30.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Why won't you list him? Hmm. There he is. 2 to 5 miles. Still pretty far away. 40
Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 20 Grad.
warships in bearing 20. There. Hmm. Well, 20 degrees is good. That means that they're about to pass my bow. And that means they haven't spotted me yet.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
That's a constant bearing, 73. Two to 5 miles at 73. So that's a margin of 3 miles, somewhere in there. And we know that they're going, what was that, 253? 253. So their closest point of approach, or right now, their closest point of approach, if I stopped dead, was what would be 1 mile. In the worst case scenario, it's 5 cables. In the best case scenario, sorry. And in the worst case, well, matter of perspective, really. And in the best or worst case scenario, no matter, depending on how you look at it, it's still a mile. So basically what I want to do is stop.
Alle Maschinen, stopp.
Because they're coming into my firing arc anyway.
Ja, Herr Kaloi.
And I
Ich
don't want to
kümmere
get
mich
run
darum.
over by them.
Alles klar. Ich werde mich darum kümmern.
You keep maintaining those torpedoes and you make sure that we don't breach the surface. And then we wait for them
Herr Kapitän?
to go in front of our bow.
Herr Kapitän?
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Thank you. And now he's going on the engines. Yeah, I assumed as much.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
Ja.
Would be cool if you could assign them...
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Yeah, maybe that's an idea. Like you could give them different tasks, but depending on whether or not they're on watch or if we're on... whether or not we're on watch or if we're on alarm state. So he could have, during battle stations, Limekühler is always on the engines, and during battle stations, Mai is always either maintaining torpedoes or doing CIC work. That would be cool. One to 2 miles. Yeah, they're very close now. Might even have to backtrack a little bit. Determining which target is worthwhile is going to be hard in this. That's a C3. Hello.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Yeah, definitely going for that one. Now I have to look out for contacts with angle on bow 0, because those will be crashing into me. And we don't want that. Bit hard to see.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
What rotten weather. Yeah, that's my C3 that I spotted earlier. We have another one. Maybe one that's a bit further in front. Maybe a bit closer. Doesn't look like it though. God, this weather. How incredibly lucky they are. Yeah, looks like it, eh? Sent them a storm to cover them. But this one I'm gonna get. For sure. So 36 meter, 36 meters mast height.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
I spot him at around 40 milliradian, I would say. Yeah. So that's 3300. Target length I'm gonna set down to 100 meters because I want the angle to be as small as possible and the manual angle doesn't work yet. And I'm gonna give him a blast out of type 1, tube 1 and 4. Thinking, do I want to use the slowest torpedo speed? Probably. So that their range is as long as possible. So maybe we'll hit some with the search pattern. Because if I send a volley, there's usually one that's missing. And also, if I'm only setting it to 30 knots, I might have time to calculate a second firing solution while they are still going. Because once they hit, we're made. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do that.
Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Knoll.
That looks to me like it's 50 milliradian now. This is hard. I need to be perfectly aligned, and then I need a lightning bolt. And I don't need the waves crashing over my periscope. But yeah, that's 50. 26.4. That thing's gonna be very close to us because of...
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Yeah, actually, hang on. Let's do a little calculation here. We have him at 80 degrees. I can't do this because the map is not accurate enough for this. 26.4. And this scale is in cables, right? Yeah. 80 degrees. .4 miles. 1 mile. Plus 4 cables. With a course of 253. He's passing my bow in 2 cables distance. He's too close.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
That would be 370 meters. That's a bit close.
Rohr 1 bewässert. Rohr 4 bewässert.
Turn to the right, yes. We're gonna maintain the torpedo speed of 7.5. I think that's pretty good from last time. And that looks to be 100 milliradian. So that would be 13.2. Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
I think we made enough of a backtrack. Spread angle is now 3 degrees. It's gonna get larger as this thing closes in. Speed of depth is 8. Good. That's 130. 10.2. Spread angle now still 2.3. Oh, because the angle on bow is fucked. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. 5.5 degrees. We have a secondary target. Or do we have to wait for that? Looks like we'll have to wait for one. Flag is all the way up there. 130 still. Maybe 140. 940 meters. I'll wait for 10 degrees and then I'll fire. And that's gonna be an angle on bow of red 80. That 6.2 degrees spread angle. Looking beautiful. Launch.
Los!
Jawohl.
I hope you guys can see something. That's hard for me. The first one is definitely gonna hit. I'm not sure about the second one. But then in this weather and heavy sea we still have to hope that the pistol detonates. It could be that the ship's just heaving up on a wave and the torpedo just passes below him. Okay, the first one's gonna miss, the second one's gonna hit. Might be that they increase their speed. Range estimate was wrong. He was just telling me 10 seconds to impact. Right underneath the engine as well. That was good. Second one. What's he doing? He'll soon turn and come back, and hopefully there'll be another freighter for him, but probably not. I've never hit anything on the second go. Now I have some light, yeah. Why is he turning to the left? Did we not say right?
Rohr 3, bewässern. Rohr 2, bewässern.
I don't get these things, man.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Zerstört. Direkt voraus.
Oh, actually, he might hit. He might hit the same ship on the way back. Nah, he's not gonna. Main thing is the torpedo's not gonna hit me. That's the most important thing. Hey, we do have some light now. Actually works. Okay, in that case, Richard,
Kaloi? Jawohl.
give us some more torpedoes. So range estimate was wrong, but then the speed estimate was probably correct. There's one back there, but he's too far away, I think. Now that's a target. It's just an Empire Bell. But I'll take it. Empire Bell has a draft of 7.4, 7.5, and a mast height of 22 meters. Okay. We take the right chart. You can't move stern torpedoes to the front. That's just simply impossible. Thanks for the illumination, boys.
Herr K9, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
That is 70 milliradian on the zoom in. 11.5. Did she just break apart? Nope. 11.5. Don't need to tap out. There we go. $11.5, not 10.5. That's not an Empire Bell.
Die Besatzung
That's an Empire
evakuiert das Schiff.
Explorer. Draft is 9.5. That's gonna be a single shot out of tube 1. Angle on bow is red 90 at the moment. Thank you. Get back to the CIC. Target speed remains the same. We're going to increase torpedo speed. Flood tube 1. 9.5. 7.5 on the target. Yes. And our range is different then. 30 meters mast height. That one doesn't go that far.
Hüllenbruch! Sie sinken! Einer weniger!
And we got him. 30 meters on that. We use the left chart. Oh, it's hard to see the mast tip there. 120, I have to guess. 850 meters, sounds about right. And you're gonna run 1,000 meters and then you're gonna turn right, yes. And you're gonna be a magnetic pistol. Angle on bow is now red 80. Let's do 85. Launch.
Los!
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloi?
Herr Kapitän.
I'm not sure about this one, I'm gonna be honest.
30 Sekunden.
Oh, it's gonna hit. Weather's getting worse. Nice one. That was good hit. Right where I wanted that. Oh, there you are. I could have gone a bit further back, like 10 meters further to the back, but I'm not gonna be picky in this weather. That sounded close. Oh, hello. I want you. Oh God!
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
Herr Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
Bleibt wachsam, aber keine Panik. Wir machen das schon. E-Motoren besetzen. Wasserbomben sehr nah. Schneller, schneller.
Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Alles starboard.
Bruder, hart Steuerbord.
See, that's the thing, like, I should have... Realistically, what I should have done is dive immediately. But in this game, they don't shoot at me. So I can just stay here. These dudes just don't care about my periscope.
Wasserbomben sehr nah.
Still cool, yeah. Yeah, and like if this was Silent Hunter 3 at this moment, they would be opening up on me, even though the freighters would probably shoot with their artillery guns, because they do have them at this point in the war. And I would not be able to stick my periscope out even for a second. There would be searchlights going and all that, they would be on me. But in U-Boat it just feels... I don't know. Kind of feels like a video game, if you know what I mean.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Ruder mittschiffs. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
I think at least he has me with his searchlight. Still. Gunners must be drunk, yeah. Something like that. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna turn further over the starboard bow, and then I'm gonna hit him with my stern tube. Now, is Tube 5 still maintained? Are we happy here? Yes, we are. Lovely. The C3 is a mast height of 36. Yes. Let me just quickly get the right chart out. There we go. Got another one.
Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
But it was cool. That thing caught me completely off guard. I did not hear him coming. Also, they only spotted me when I accelerated. They were going over me by accident, and then then we got the notification that we've been spotted. I probably he probably saw my periscope as we accelerated. Right, 36 on the zoom out. Yes, Jesus, that's close. 80 milliradian on the zoom out. 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 410 meters. And that's an angle on bow of red 90. Enemy speed 7.5. We're gonna keep going with that. Parallax correction backwards and stern receiver. Okay. And torpedo needs to be flooded, of course. And I think 8.5 is the correct value. 8. Let's go with 8. 1000 meters and then veer off to the left. Tube 5, launch.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
And then whilst we watch that torpedo,
30 Sekunden.
we're gonna dive.
Peilung
155 Meter.
aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
20 Sekunden.
That looks good.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
That's a hit. Serious damage right underneath the wheelhouse. Beautiful.
Aktuelle Tiefe 40
Ich erwarte
Meter.
Ihre Befehle.
Ja,
Right, you're in the battle damage control. You can go and maintain the
Ja, Herr
dive
Malloy,
planes.
ich kümmere mich
We're
darum.
on the engines. You can also do battle
Ich könnte
damage
etwas Hilfe
control.
Jawohl.
You're
ich
gonna
kümmere mich darum.
lead.
55 Meter.
And I'm gonna use the commanding officer for first person immersion. Also, we probably can't dive that deep because it's not that deep here.
75 Meter.
70 meters below the keel. Let's do 140 for now.
Tauchen auf 140 Meter. Ja,
And then
90 Meter.
silent running. And here we are again, gentlemen.
Ruder mittschiffs.
105 Meter.
Now, we wanna head southeasterly, something like 160, 150 through 170 is kind of what I want to go. I want to get out of this shallow area.
120 Meter.
20 meters below the keel. Yeah, let's go 130 then.
Tauchen auf 130 Meter.
Good.
130 Meter.
Your ship sunk, yeah, I think so. Owl and the Empire Thunder. Yeah, the Empire Thunder, like these small Empire types, when you detonate something underneath their keel, they immediately go. They have no chance. Especially since my torpedo loader also causes extra damage. And the third one, I mean, we did hit 3, right? We hit the okay, so the first C3 that we hit, that one went down. The Empire Powell is the Empire Explorer that we hit, and then we hit another C3 with a stern tube. He might survive this, but it also will take a while. So maybe we'll even get 3 ships out of this.
Aktuelle Tiefe 130 Meter.
130, yes, thanks. Should have pumped out the bills before the attack.
Schraubengeräusche direkt über
Oh,
uns. 125 Meter.
are they dropping? Doesn't sound like it. Yeah, definitely should have pumped out the bilge. Oh well. Chief is on the engines. Actually, let's have you guys switch places.
Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Kommandant.
E-Motoren besetzen.
I'd rather have my primary repairman in the CIC. What's the cost? 195. Okay, just a bit further. Actually, I could probably just order a course at this point. Let's do 165.
Kurs 165.
It was a funny moment though. I just heard them shoot illumination. That sounded close. I turned my periscope around and there they are. Christ almighty, that, yeah. No, I'm not gonna say that it scared me, but it surprised me. Let's call it that. Oh, I'm definitely gonna go into the recording and clip that. Oh, look at the depth gauge. Or the echo sounder, rather. Is it getting deeper? No. Just for a second there. Thanks. Oh, that was the German accent. Jesus Christ. Thanks for the subscription, my friend. Welcome to the crew. Yar. Yeah, exactly. Blue is silent running, and what that does in game is it stops the crew from doing unnecessary work, and then they use less oxygen, so you get more oxygen out of your air quality here. Minus 15% usage, and then red light is it helps with the where does it say? Slight sight range in dark weather plus 15%. And the screen becomes brighter in dark environments, so it helps the player and it just helps the bridge crew, so they get a bit of a more visible range and you can actually see something. Oh. Raise the boat another 5 meters, please.
Tauchen auf 125 Meter.
Is it getting more shallow the way I'm going? No. We're gonna get past 200 meters over here. Yeah, that would be a bit too Star Trek. IRL, we did have, well, we have battle stations and then normal sea watch duty, and then just out of sheer necessity, because when you go on battle stations, you want the ship to be able to fight, and you want the ship to be able to contain damages. So it's both. All the engineers and all that, all the battle damage control teams are on station, as well as the CIC is manned, all the weapons are ready and all that stuff. And out of sheer necessity, our navy introduced battle damage stations, where the weapons are not functional and the ship is not ship is not ready for combat, but it's ready for fighting off internal damages. Just because we didn't have enough personnel at the time to fulfill both things at the same time. So the people who are manning the weapons, usually they would be in the battle damage control as well.
120
Just
Meter.
for in case you ram a shipping container or something like this. Like you don't have an external threat, but you have maybe a washing machine catches fire, something like this. So you can take care of the internal damages, but don't fight. So I guess that you could describe that as to be yellow alert, I guess. But since we don't have any shields, no shields up. Sorry to say that. Bring us back down to
Tauchen
130.
auf 130 Meter.
As it's getting deeper here. You can give us another 10. Bring us down to 140.
Tauchen auf 140 Meter. ...135 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 140 Meter.
Bring us down another 5.
Tauchen auf 145 Meter.
So no contacts ahead of us, as you can see on the compass there. The hydrophone man adds these contacts to my compass overview. I like that a lot. We got 2 of them starboard side abreast, and the rest of them are all behind us. I don't think they're confident that
145 Meter.
they know where we are. And I think their ASDIC device is probably struggling in this weather. So we might actually, this might actually be the best getaway. Again, I'm jinxing it. But we might get away easier today than yesterday. What's the torpedo loadout looking like anyway? Let's have a look. Maybe I'll do a 3rd attack run, but I probably won't. All tubes are filled, but we've got no spares. You could do another run with that.
Aktuelle Tiefe 145 Meter.
145, thank you. Oh, look at it drop now. Look at that.
Tauchen auf 155 Meter. Tauchen auf 160 Meter. Meter.
Now we get to the area where the boat starts to complain.
160 Meter.
Yes, thank you. Just gonna hug that seabed nice and tight. Make sure that they don't know where we are. They're still firing Illum into the sky, but they've not given up just yet.
Meter.
Mhm. Banana.
160 Meter.
By the way, how can there anyone be in their bunks? We're at battle stations.
Aktuelle Tiefe 155 Meter.
Incredible. Simply incredible.
Tauchen auf 165 Meter.
Yeah, the cruise stress is gonna rise now. Because we're really, really deep, and obviously we're being hunted, so the crew, for some reason, doesn't like that.
Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 160 Meter.
Thank you.
Meter.
165, yes. We could probably do 170 here.
Tauchen auf 170 Meter. Tauchen auf 175 Meter.
175, bring us down.
Aktuelle Tiefe 170 Meter.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they can. It's just that, man, if I don't even know what I would have done if I had been on board and I caught one of my sailors just chilling in his bunk during battle stations. I don't think there's a punishment severe enough for that. Obviously you have a post. I mean, that's insubordination in the least. But that's also a thing that the devs could maybe get onto. There's just not enough for these men to do in the boat. Like, obviously the crew is 20 men in this boat, and historically I think it was twice that. And I mean, there's one on the hydrophone, there's one in the radio room. Obviously not while we're submerged, because there's nothing to do there. There's guys in the engine room, naturally. There's dive plane operators, and there's the helmsman. He's right here. That's the helmsman. And then there's nothing else for the rest of the crew to do. Like, they need to do some things. They should be manning, like, the electrical system, maintaining that. They should be on the trim tanks, ready to do ballast shifting, stuff like this. Like, there needs to be more posts to fill for the NPCs, because they're just not doing anything. And then the rest who are off duty should be ready in the CIC. You can see that in Das Boot, where they're all huddled together in the CIC, because if anything happens, like if we get a hull breach or some pipe burst or something like that, the chief engineer will tell each and everyone what to do and where to go and which damage is to be prioritized and stuff like this. But in here, the boys just don't have anything to do. They're just lounging. I do like the new command system that they put in a few updates back, where you can tell your boys to man the CIC and do control station, a command station. and then these boys run around and use their clipboards to check if everything's all right. That's a good way to keep them occupied. Before that, they would just do nothing. Yeah, stuff like that, and they do that in this game as well. When you crash dive, they all run to the bow. They included that. Although I just read someone did the math on that, and it shifts the balance of the boat just by how little humans weigh. It shifts the balance by less than 0.1%. So it's not really. It doesn't really do much. I think they did it more for their morale, for their psyche, that every sailor has the feeling of doing something useful. Ooh, the boat doesn't like that.
Tauchen auf, 195 Meter.
I'm gonna stay here.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Aktuelle Tiefe 180 Meter.
All of the contacts are more astern. That one, I don't know what she's doing over there.
Meter.
What's this device? Ja, Winkel, Frequenzbereich. Gotta be radio related?
Aktuelle Tiefe 195 Meter. Meter.
Bring us down to 200 square.
Tauchen auf 200 Meter.
And then we'll wait. We see the seabed.
195 Meter.
Not yet. There it is.
200 Meter.
I think. Am I seeing ghosts now? Let's do 2 meters more.
Tauchen auf 200 Meter.
I want to be indistinguishable from the seabed. Hello there, woolly wombat. Wobbly wombat, not woolly. Sorry, I called you woolly. You are not woolly. I'm sure you have a fantastic hairdo. Yeah, I couldn't either. Still no seabed. 105.
205 Meter.
Why doesn't the boat want to go down? Because we're stationary? Probably. We do have a negative tank. Should be able to do this. 0 meters below the keel, but I don't think we've touched down yet. 207.
200 Meter. Tauchen auf 205 Meter.
Nope, boat doesn't want to do it. That's fine.
205 Meter.
But we're so close to the seabed that we can't do the fastest speed of acceleration. So I guess we're very close to the seabed. The Charles Robinson is sunk, the Empire Thunder is sunk, and the George H. Powell is sunk. So all three ships that we hit did indeed go down. That was a good attack. Funny that we had a better attack in this weather than we had the one before. And the getaway was a lot better as well. I think they've already given up.
Korvette, 175 Grad.
Yeah, they're going. Okay, pretty good. Bring us up to Periscope then.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Cancel the alarm.
Alarm beenden.
And everybody, resume your standard duties, except for you, Richard. You stay on the dive planes.
195 Meter. Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Ja. 185 Meter.
And whilst we go up, I'm gonna make myself a freshwater coffee.
Korvette, 170 Grad.
Aktuelle Tiefe 165 Meter. Meter.
130 Meter. 115 Meter.
95 Meter.
'Coming up nicely. Start the pump.
75 Meter.
And cancel the silent running.
Aktuelle Tiefe 55 Meter. 35 Meter.
15 Meter. Herr Kanal, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Yeah, well,
Auf Rotlicht wechseln.
oh, look at that. Are they still looking for me all the way over there? Low ballast.
Anblasen. 5 Meter.
I'm sorry, Angler, but you and your boys will have to go out in this weather.
Auf diese Motoren.
Okay, so we know that the convoy is somewhere around here, and we know that their course is 253. That was
Herr
pretty
Kalon, wir
accurate.
sind aufgetaucht.
So we're gonna go 45
Kurs
degrees
auf
off
diese
of their
Koordinaten
course,
setzen.
follow their mean course, and then re-engage. I don't know if they're still burning. All the ships that I hit, they reported sunk.
Funkraum besetzen.
$18,390 points worth of messages. Yeah, the C3s, they are... Oh god! I guess they cracked Enigma at this point, or at least they found where the transmission is coming from. That's the first time that happened in this career. Good to know that that's a thing now. Okay, in this case we might have to dive quickly. So let's fill up our reserves really quick. Radio transmission detected by the enemy. Yeah, so they probably detected the direction of where that transmission is being sent. I don't know if they also detect the range, but if multiple ships picked up our transmission, then they can triangulate, of course, because each of their ships will have a different bearing, slightly different bearing, and then where those bearings intersect is where we are. So we have to definitely get away from where we are right now. Now, is she turning and coming towards me? We will soon find out. Oh, that's a freighter. Didn't mean to look at that. Another Corvette. Prowling. Oh wow, the compressor sucked the air out of the submarine quicker than the main hatch is providing fresh air. That's crazy. That probably doesn't help that the hatch is closed. Yeah, 93%. It's good. We can do the rest easily with the electric compressor. I recall reading or hearing from someone that U-boats send the transmission in 3 or so second long short bursts in order to avoid getting triangulated. I don't know how that will work. But then again, I'm not a radio man. I have very little experience with stuff like this, especially not during this time. Speaking of which, not that my characters know, but we as modern people know. When was Enigma actually cracked? By mid-1940? That early? Jesus Christ. And then consistent decryption came in through 1941 and 42. By 1943, the Allies could read many Enigma messages almost as quickly as the Germans, providing crucial intelligence. Okay, so we've got a little bit more time. And then yes, they did have another setback from the Enigma machine being upgraded, but that didn't last as long. Yeah, at that time messages were all they were all Morse code basically. You didn't have like real speech radio or voice transmission. So everything you would encrypt it using the Enigma machine and then send it out as Morse code. That's the way I understand it. Funnily enough, I think the Enigma machine was a Polish invention, and it was offered to the British before the war, and they were not interested, so they didn't buy it from them, and then the Germans did. So they could have already had that intel. But they didn't. Ship spotted. Where? Destroyer, 69 degrees. Right behind the antenna, every single time. Oh yeah, hello. You are rather close, I don't like that. Let's do another 45 degrees. Put some distance between us first before we do the second attack, third attack. Half an hour until battery capacity is back and 9 minutes until the air quality is back to 100%. Okay. I'm not going to send the report of the ship spotted because I'm just going to get intercepted again. Right. Oh, that's amazing. A royal signal. I like how British, everything that British does always sounds so super official and super fancy because they can add royal to everything. Right. We keep going, we keep going. Gonna keep an eye on that destroyer. Nothing dead ahead, that's good. There's the antenna. There you are. 120 degrees, so starboard side. More astern than abreast. Still steaming away from the convoy though. And there's the convoy. And is it turning around? Looks like it. Still got its searchlight on though. And we never know, could be a second submarine here. Yeah, but 155, that's almost dead astern. So let's regain our course and then follow the convoy. Oh jeez, I think what was the fighting on Utah like? I don't know, because everybody always only talks about Omaha. Yeah, my granddad was in the war as well, but you can imagine that he had quite the different experience. Right, we're on parallel course now. There's the convoy. Don't have to go as far away from it, because it's nighttime and they won't spot us. Nice. Oh, the weather's gotten better. That's good. There's the convoy. Yeah, thick smoke clouds over there. That's all of them, yeah. Yep. Let's start our approach. 20 degrees to
Kurs
starboard.
2, 7, 3.
Morale still going up. Not reached the maximum yet. Fatigue, too much work from officers. Whoa, the radio man, yeah. Yes. And fatigue has started, so once we finish this patrol, the boys are going on holiday. Shore leave. 18 days, yeah. I mean, we need almost, I think, 2 weeks or 1 week to get over the pond. What's the distance anyway? Approximately 3,000, yeah, let's say 3,600 miles. Divided by 13 equals 276 hours. Divided by 24 equals 11.5 days. Yeah, that's quite the trip.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Oh wait, I already closed in, yeah.
Kurs 2, 7, 3.
7-3, yes.
Kurs setzen. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Kurs setzen. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
His unit was seconded to the US force because his radio set was more advanced than the American sets. Had double the number of comms channels. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, I mean that's... I think there's no war in the history of humanity where nobody complained about communications equipment or procedures. I think the Romans complained about as much as we do today. It's always a struggle. As well as I think you can probably ask any navy on the planet and they will all complain about not enough budget, not enough equipment, not enough personnel. No matter at what point during history you ask, they will always answer that. 5:30 in the morning. Dawn should be not too far off. Now, I would just ask my navigator to tell me when it's dawn, but unfortunately the game doesn't tell me. So I will just ask the internet on the 28th of August. That's pretty cool. Major. Oh wow, that's... What, a radio operator and an officer? That's odd. Labrador is 5:47. Okay. So in 20 minutes, or maybe in an hour later if it's summertime or something like this. Yeah, that's not dawn, definitely not. We're still waiting. Now, where did they go? There. $100. 4 miles to the convoy. Or to the headline of the convoy.
Kurs setzen.
Let's do it something like this. And then do the last bit of travel at very, very slow speed. Yeah, looks like dawn's still a way up. Maybe... I was thinking about this earlier anyway, or in a past stream, that we don't ever really do time zone time changes, so I'm wondering whether or not all the times are actually correct in this. Because we could just leave our what's it called, our ship's clock on Western European summertime. And there's nothing stopping you from doing this.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Makes ship organization a lot easier. You don't have to shorten the watches every time you do a reset. No, nothing in the moment. Nothing's being researched at the moment. I see, I see. Yeah, I noticed something. That's funny though. With the United States military, we ran into something similar. So the Americans always wear their rank on their ACUs in the front. And the only uniforms that they have, if I'm not mistaken, that have epaulets on their shoulder are like really high-ranking officers. And so when I was walking through Mayport, Florida, in a naval base with just as I was a private, what was it, we call it, ordinary seaman, something like that, like an E1, E2 maybe. And everybody just kept saluting me, and I was kind of wondering why. And I guess they thought I was a lot higher than I actually was. Or they were just doing it out of courtesy because of, you know, foreign military. Just salute the guy and get on with it. When in doubt, salute. Now, where are you boys? Gotten a lot brighter though. I can easily do an attack in this light. No problem whatsoever. Maybe do a dive and find out where they are.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Get in, boys!
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Thank you very much. Now, let's hear it.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe.
Aha.
Peilung 30 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Peilung 75 Grad.
Moving away, that's not our convoy.
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 25 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Peilung 35 Grad.
Outbound convoy out of Halifax.
Schraubengeräusche. Mittlerer Konvoi. Peilung 10 Grad.
Oh yeah, lots of that going around.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe. Peilung 15 Grad.
Where's the bloody convoy?
Schraubengeräusche. Mittlerer Konvoi. Peilung
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
275 Grad.
Have they turned north, going into Halifax? Maybe. 18 to 39 units. I think they have. Ah, we don't get a third try on that convoy. Shame! But there's another group coming out.
Kurs setzen. Große Fahrt voraus.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
30 to 63 units. Yeah, like it's like when the Americans went to Vietnam and they had their little patrol boat river kind of thing, those little boats that the Navy when we're operating over there. And at the start of Vietnam, they would train the men over in the US, and then later on they just threw them out there and trade them on site because that was easier. I didn't have good experience with working together with Americans. They seem
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff.
they seem I don't want to be
25
rude because half my audience is from America. But they seem incapable of operating their equipment.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
They have the largest navy on the planet, and the stuff that they have is really impressive. And then you do basic like maneuvers with them, and they just fuck up constantly. Like, or they don't care. That could be the other thing. They just don't care about anything that goes on outside of their own ship. I remember like we had an American liaison officer on board, and they were relaying their position to us, and he was excited. You know, he was with us for a few weeks. That he was excited to see his countrymen again, obviously, and it's like yeah. And then they were coming out from the west, and it was just as the sun was setting. So the sun was going down in the west. The ship was coming from the west. So he was all excited on the bridge, and he was like, yeah, they're gonna come just right outside, right out of the setting sun. It's gonna look amazing. And he had his camera ready and all that. And then suddenly they relayed a new position, and that position suddenly was 90 miles further away than the one that they previously sent. And I was still navigator at the moment, so I did the calculation. And in order for all of the positions that they sent us to have been correct, they would have had to go 90 knots. And obviously their ship can't do that, so at least one of the positions that they transmitted must have been wrong, probably all of them except for the last one. And so the first impression that we got from the Americans was, okay, they don't even know how to reach their GPS location. And then we did some training with them for a few weeks, and the first impression kind of stuck. They constantly just did the craziest stuff, like we were hunting a Argentinian submarine, I think. Like they were playing the bad guy, and one of the helicopters had a fix with his dipping sonar, and then he deployed smoke to mark the location where he found it for the next helicopter. And he told the next helicopter that there's smoke to mark where he found the sub, so that he can, because he had to return to deck to refuel, and the new helicopter would dip its sonar into the sea to maintain contact. And the next helicopter saw the smoke and interpreted it as a what do you call it? A search and rescue signal from the submarine that they were in trouble. And so the whole operation was put on hold because the entire task force now believed that the Argentinian submarine had an actual emergency. And it just wasn't that. It was just the smoke that the helicopter deployed to mark the location. And it's stuff like that just happened constantly. And it's amazing how it's amazing to me how the Americans do so well in war. These are going in. Damn it. These are moving away. These are going into Halifax. These are moving away. I might actually not get any more action here. Although I think those are two groups that are just passing each other. So maybe the reading is wrong on that.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Yeah, see how it's jumping around? And now it's split into two groups, I think? No. Still one. 11 to... Oh, hang on. 11 to 23 contacts, 5 to 10 miles away. That's a good range. We're gonna observe that for an hour.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
So after the turn, they are at 276, 5 to 10 miles. Oh, and also what I found impressive was just the sheer amount of sailors that American ships have. And the sheer size of their watch pool. Like whenever we were in harbor, like in Spain or something, we would have a very, very small watch detachment, like we've had the ship's engine watch and the deck watch. You know, maintaining that the diesel generators and whatever we have running is still maintained, and that no one comes on deck who's not authorized to be there. And those were like fucking, I don't know, 20, 30 men. And for the Americans, whenever they would make port, it's like a third of their whole crew is on duty, or constantly. And yeah, they rarely get any time off. Like when we went to Spain, it's like, oh yeah, nice, we're going to Spain. We did some touristy stuff when we were there. And for the Americans, some of them would just not get any time off in harbor. Like their cruisers have like what do they have, 400, 500 men on board, and a third of them constantly on duty. Crazy. And they put up fences and barbed wire and all that. Like they turn the pier where they're moored into a little fortress. And then have patrol boats going around to make sure that no one comes even close to them. And manned machine gun nests and all that stuff.
Ja?
So we wait for 8:39.
Herr Kapitän? Herr Kaloy?
But I suppose the Americans have a few more enemies in the world than we do. So maybe there's a reason for that.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Right, 10 to 22 units, that's the group, yeah? Yes. 274, 5 to 10. So, they went this distance, and this speed is 8 knots then. And the course is probably incorrect. Like it was probably something along the lines of they were actually there, and now they're actually here. So the course is not accurate yet. I will have to observe them for another hour. just to get a better reading. So we wait for 9:30, 39? Yes, 9:39. Oh, that was close.
Herr Kaloy?
Right, 270, 5 to 10. Margin of 5 miles, as per usual. Somewhere in there. 9:39. There we go, 7 knots. And the course is 082. Lovely. So by that, we know that where do we put it? 082. There we go. With 7 knots, they will be there in 1 hour. And then there in 2 hours. And in 3. And in 4. We probably don't need that many pips. $10.39, $11.39, $12.39, $13.39. And we need less than an hour to intercept.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten
Low
setzen.
ballast. You can probably already see them if I'm going to be honest.
Aktuelle Tiefe
Ooh.
5 Meter.
Now ain't that a view?
Auf diese
Yeah, there they are.
Motoren wechseln.
Yeah, I heard about that. Because of all the hedges and all yeah, so much interference of the terrain. It's funny actually, it could be that my granddad and your uncle faced each other in combat and didn't even know it. Because I'm fairly certain that the tank division of my grandfather was also deployed there shortly after D-Day.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Right, I think we can go back to normal lighting.
Beleuchtung einschalten.
And we need
Dieselkompressor einschalten.
new compressed air. I think it's great that we can just have a chat about this, because it's all like 80 years in the past now. And there's no longer any hard feelings. I've got a lot of friends in England actually, and I like that has all, well, not blown over, but it's part of history now and nothing more. That is also very accurate, like the amount of great sunset pictures I have from the service. It's in the hundreds. Sunset and sunrise pictures. Let's not close in just yet. Just overtake and then close in slowly and get them. There they are. Just barely visible at the moment. There they are. The Contretemps Peninsula is where Le Havre is, right? Yes. Yes it is. Ah, look at me. Oh no, Cherbourg. Never mind. Damn it. I meant Cherbourg, but I said Le Havre. Now the question is, where's Le Havre? Way further west, east. Yeah. No, I meant Cherbourg. Never mind. Damn it. That would have been my moment to shine, and I blew it. Damn it.
Kurs setzen.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Schornsteinrauch, mittlere Gruppe.
Peilung 255 Grad.
Loads of pickings over here. I love this. We need around probably another 70,000 tons in order to fulfill the third mission objective. Would be cool if we could get this done in one trip, but probably not. God, I've got so much scribbled on the map. But this is all past. Can get rid of all of that.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Yeah, 3 miles. I want to close that in before I dive. Yeah, that would make sense. That was like the main objective of that side of the landing force, to secure Cherbourg, because Cherbourg would have been the first major port where reinforcements could land, supply ships and all that stuff. Not just more troops, but also the logistical, like rat's tail to all the troops. Food, ammo, fuel, uniforms. Now, unfortunately, since this is a new convoy, we have no idea how fast they're going. Well, we determined it on the map, 7. But I still want to get a new reading in. Because you never know.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
And we're not going to send those radio messages. Oh no, we're not. Now let's have a quick look at our recognition manual. The C3 is 36 meters. We've already got that on one of our charts. And the Liberty is 27 meters. We should probably get that done. There we go. Those are the two main ships that we're hunting. Unless, of course, we spot a T2, then we're going for that. T2 has a masthead of 29. Ah, I gotta... Could I copy that? Yes, I can. I'm just gonna rename that
Schornstein rauf.
and name that
Gruppe.
T2.
Peilung
And then I'm gonna
315
permanently
Grad.
keep that on there. Oh, and he renamed. He named both of them T2. Oh, damn it! Ah, 40. How long is this one? 23 to 40. Height 23 to 40. And he renamed the other one as well. Okay, never mind. That's pretty cool if you've got pictures of that time, because we don't have any pictures of that. I've got a few. I've got a few books from my grandfather's collection. Like his war comrades wrote a few books, trying to make sense of it all. Obviously, it's called "Caught in the Firestorm of the Last Years of the War," something like that. And the chronicles of the tank division and stuff like that, but no photographs. Now that looks like they're coming for me, but they shouldn't be. In case they are, though... Let's head straight for them.
301.
4 torpedoes. We've got 4. And 1 in the stern tube. Speaking of which, did we reload that? Oh, yeah, okay. None in the stern tube, never mind that. Yeah, man, if it's true. You don't really talk about the stuff that happened. It's true. It's really weird. Like whenever someone, like sometimes you'll get civilians who have absolutely no shame, and they'll straight up ask you like, "Have you killed someone?" or stuff like that. And first of all, how dare you ask a question like that? That's incredibly private. And secondly, like if I did, you'll never know, because I wouldn't tell you, of all people. Like that's between me and my therapist. And maybe my mom. And the comrades that were there. But definitely not with the Randy that I meet on the street. Yeah, my granddad also never really talked about the war. It's just that we could tell that he really did not like Americans. Because he spent a few years, even after the war, in American POW facilities. And his opinions on Americans have never recovered from that. Now that looks nice. Nice columns there. That's gotta be protection. That's probably protection. That's one column of 3. And then there's... I don't think those are all one column. That's probably one column of 4 and another column of 4. That's probably protection, and that's definitely protection.
Alarm! Auf Gefechtsstation! Bleibt ruhig und konzentriert, Männer. Wir schaffen das.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
Funkraum besetzen. Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Konvoi in Sicht. Peilung 305 Grad.
Yep. There definitely is a convoy. I can imagine that, yes. Absolutely.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Zu Befehl, Herr Kommandant.
Now, will you go back?
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
What will you do now? Shot?
Ich erwarte Ihre
Don't you
Befehle.
want to maintain torpedoes? You like torpedoes. No, why won't you automatically load torpedoes? What's wrong with you?
Unterstützung.
Ja, Herr Kaloin, ich kümmere mich darum.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Zielposition erreicht.
Yeah, yeah. There's lots of stories like that going around. It's like with all PTSD and all that, it's just been like in the last 10 years that they really figured out how to do therapy on that. Still in the infancy, but before that, if you had traumatic experiences from any deployment or war, you were just shit out of luck. They would just leave you with that.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr
They'd
Kaloin?
kind of just shrug their shoulders and go like, yeah, war sucks, what are we gonna do about it? Major advances being made on that front, thankfully. Now I can already see their superstructures, so it might be time to dive. Everybody get in! Yeah, obviously. Why wouldn't the sailor go first? I meant to let you pass.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Scholz is doing the attack this time. Okay, that's fair. And Eberhard Rossmann will be on the TDC.
Torpedo 3 gewartet.
Herr Kapitän. Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundumblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Peilung 115 Grad.
The question is, how long can I maintain that speed before they hear me? I still need to close in quite a bit of distance. What to do, what to do? Yeah, bearings are drifting left, that's good. That means that we're closing in nicely. Probably give it a save. Because you never know. And also, here's a pro tip. If you make a pot of coffee, it's actually smart to then also pour yourself a cup and not let the coffee rest there for eternity. Ah, coffee. Man, you don't even have to go as far back as to the Falklands War. You can look at Afghanistan veterans or Iraq veterans. Like the first waves of that, they were still left alone with it. Right. I think that's a Liberty ship. Liberty ship's 27 meters. On the zoom in, that is 10 milliradian, if even that. So that's 9.9 kilometers. very inaccurate, but we're gonna work with it. Bear with me. 297. Nine kilometers, so that's what, 5 miles? .3 miles. So something like that. Now I hope that when I move the cursor like this, when it flips over from 4 miles to 5 miles, that is actually ticking over from 4.9 to 5 and not from 4.4 to 4.5, and it's being rounded up. 5 miles and 3 cables. Three cables. There we go. And we know that course is... what was it? 082. So they will pass my bow 2 miles distance, and I'm still closing in. Okay, so we're gonna keep going. Keep going. Yeah, and I mean shell shock basically is the same thing. Although it's a bit of a difference, like with shell shock, that was from the constant artillery barrage which could hit at any moment, and the nervous system was just overly overloaded. PTSD is a bit different. Like you'll see, like they will have flashbacks when they see like a sewage, for example, a sewage cover or something, because they had an IED that was covered up using such a thing in Afghanistan, and then that will be their specific trigger. Or it's like a box by the side of the road or stuff like that. And with the shell shock people, they were just constantly on edge. They were constantly like jittering as well, because artillery strikes could just drop in unannounced at any second. So they were constantly on guard. Yeah, horrible stuff. I'm just kind of happy that I never had to endure any of that. Like, Navy war is nice and clean. You fire at an enemy that you never see because he's over the horizon, and he fires back at you and you're over the horizon. And the damage that they do, if they ever do any, is unpersonal. You know, they damage the ship, not you. And when there's an explosion on board or something like that, the people, like, your brain can easily understand that. Yeah, there was an explosion. Obviously, people are gonna get hurt by that. Like, it's not like it's removed from the enemy soldier in a way. It's not a lot better, but it's different, is what I'm saying. Like, in your brain you kind of blame the explosion and not the enemy for it. It's a bit odd. Oh, that's a T2, look at that! Main target spotted. Like, that's, for example, if you see in Ukraine at the moment, you'll have these drone videos, for example. They are just ghastly, where you see soldiers that have clearly stopped fighting, and they drop their weapons and they're just sitting there waiting for death, and the drone operator is just fucking with them for 5 minutes until they finally blow them up. It's just horrifying. And during naval combat, you often have the enemy being sunk or incapacitated, and then the ship that sank them picks up survivors. And you would think, why would you do that? 5 minutes ago you guys were trying to kill each other. And that's because it's so removed Like the threat of death is removed from the enemy soldier because it's the ship that's firing at you and not the individual soldier. Like, it doesn't make any sense, really. But your brain kind of makes this distinction for some reason. And that distinction just doesn't happen, which is why you see shooting of prisoners of war and stuff like that within the army a lot more often than within the navies. That's an Empire class. Any of them? That could be another tanker. Oh, I've got a coastal tanker convoy. I like those. There's big tonnage here. That's a T2. Oh, those could be those little damn coaster thingies. Couldn't they? Maybe. But that's... No, that's not one of them. Oh no, that's two of them. Yeah, two coasters. Okay. And then that's another T2. Okay, so there's two T2s. I want both of them. Yeah, okay, I think we can probably get both. So, the T2 is a tanker with 29 meters of mast height. There we go, that's the one we want. Ah, sorry, that just occupies my brain now. These fucking drone videos from Ukraine, they're fucking disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. From both sides, by the way. It's... And I had to block so many accounts on Twitter because these fucking NAFO fucks, they upload this stuff and they celebrate that. And there's a soldier somewhere. Dropped his gun, lost all will to fight, and he knows he's gonna die because the enemy just doesn't know any mercy. And they upload videos of him suffering like through that with funny music on the score. Fucking disgusting. There's a special place in hell for all drone operators, I'm sure of that. Alright, let's change the subject. That's not good for me, I think. Oh, I'm still going full speed. Probably slow down a little bit. As I can see the superstructure. Do I get a full milliradian out of that? I think so. Yeah, let's assume that that's a full milliradian. Oh, 10 milliradians. A full centiradian. There we go. Now it's correct. .6 kilometers. Divided by 1.852. If you want to turn kilometers into miles, divided by 1.852. And 1.852 is easy to memorize because 852 are above each other on the numpad. 5.7 miles. In which direction? 286. What was that? 5.7 miles. Okay, so 5 and then another 7 cables. And they're going 082. I remembered it this time. So they will pass my bow in 1 mile. Good enough. Both engines dead slow ahead. Because we're still closing in, just a little slower now, and we won't be heard. That's the most important thing. Retract the scope just a little bit. I was in Iraq and then Afghanistan 7 times. Man. Do you have that I've heard that a lot, that people said I have to go back because we're not done. Did you feel that? First image analyst to use the Hermes 450 drone, the first modern drone. Information on the British Army. Nice. I'm assuming that's a recon thing. Let me Google that. Yeah. Obviously, there's no special place in hell for recon drone operators. I hope you got that from that. I hope you got that out of context. My bank account. That's nice. Yeah, that's it, man. Get paid. Yeah, that was the best thing about being in the Navy as well. You could just live. I really struggled when I became an officer cadet and I was on land for a long time. I really struggled with that because as an enlisted man, I was just constantly at sea, and when I was on land at home during these few periods of time, like always just a few weeks, and like my bank account was always full, and I could just piss money away. It was beautiful. And then when I grew up a little bit and I started to be in my mid-20s. Not in my early 20s anymore, and suddenly I had to rent a flat and I had to have a car and I had fixed costs and all that. I really struggled with money. And in the early days of my military career, not so much. You would just go out to sea. When you're at sea, you can't spend the money, so you come home, bank account's full to bursting, and you can just do whatever the fuck you want. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, that was also we lost so many years. Like when the Americans first started using drones, and then they started using those Reaper drones as well. And then the left-leaning part of our government used the fact that they don't want Reaper drones to stop deployments of any drones within our military. And now that everybody has drones, I think Germany has finally gotten wise to it. A few years ago, we got our own drones. Like, we even got recon drones on our ships now. We can launch them from the flight deck and they can come back and all that stuff. And we could have had that fucking 10 years ago. But because of fear-mongering and deliberate playing stupid by left-leaning elements, we gave that advantage up. And now everybody has it except for us. Or rather, we're limping behind. Because obviously those militaries, every other militaries has made their own experiences with this type of technology, and we're just making it now. So well done. Well done. It felt like you were arguing against the wall at the time. We don't want drones because of the Reaper drones. Yes, but we're not talking about Reaper drones. We're talking about recon drones. Yeah, but look at the Reaper drones. Yes, but we're not talking about Reaper drones. We're not talking about automated weapon systems. We're talking about a flying camera. Yeah, but look at the Reaper drone. Oh, hello. Hang on. That one... Okay. I think... That's the first one that I want to hit. And that one's further away. I can't see its bow yet. It's behind the horizon. So I will pass this column, launch torpedoes at that T2, and then turn over the starboard bow and get the other one on the way back. Each of them get a two torpedo volley. And then we're gonna get out of here. And the T2 is 152.5 meters long. We can set that. That's a good way to go after the... I'm staying on the sea. That's my goal. I don't think life on land is for me, not just yet. Who is walking there? Why? Why? I thought I fixed that. Damn it. As I did install a mod that stops units from colliding with each other. Who even is that?
Ja,
Gruber, it's one of the CO's men.
ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Alles klar, ich werde mich darum kümmern.
Peters is one
Wie
of
lauten Ihre
his
Befehle, Herr
guys.
Kaloin?
I tell you to go away. Will he fix it? Yeah, okay. Ah, he wanted to go exactly where Peters was standing to fill out his clipboard. Ah, yes. Okay, they're struggling there. Devs, are you watching? This needs to be fixed. Because you can hear the footsteps when you're in this view. It's annoying. Really annoying. Hang on, is that two of them? Like, that's obviously T2. But that back there, is that another one? Because in that case, I'm not gonna turn around. I'm just gonna hit those two then. Now, how the bearing's drifting? Slightly to the left. No, that's a freighter. Any sort of freighter. That's a corvette right there. That one, might have to watch out. And I don't want them to spot me. Right, we're on the magnification times 6, and I spot them at about 20 milliradian. So we have a quick look at our chart. That's 53.2, 100 meters. 5.32. Still rather far away. Parallax mode forward. And we still have to get a speed reading as well. Now, can I use anything else? I obviously don't want to use the ship that I'm firing on, because I want it to be pretty much ahead of me if I do that. I'll use one of the coasters to do it then. Hello there, Victor class? Vickens Clemens class. No, no, it's not. Town class. At what time was he in Armagh? I would be very careful in certain periods of time. The 20 milliradian. There's nothing. This one's still coming. Maybe I should scoot a little bit further forward. And then this one is right heading for me. Okay, I have to keep going forwards. Yeah, I was thinking about that, yeah. Wouldn't want to spark the eye of one-shot Petty. That would not be very good. I only know I read the name Armagh, and the first thing that came to my mind was the South Armagh sniper. That's all I know from that area. Obviously, I'm not Irish. I've only ever been to Northern Ireland once. Never to the Republic of Ireland. Would love to go though. But yeah, that name immediately rang a bell. Find the Troubles fascinating. Probably one of my most interesting. One of the periods of times that I find most interesting. Oh, hey there. That's Meon. I know who you are. Welcome. Although you don't hear me because you're lurking without sound. But if you did hear me, welcome. Yeah, the bearings are not drifting. That's a problem. That means that we will never get a good firing solution because we're just going to crash into them. You have to stop at some point. I think that point is now.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Right, and there's our target for calculating the speed. So we have a length of 78.65. Click. No, I don't want to know anything. I'm just saying I find the trouble super interesting. The fact that they existed and that they were not that long ago. Like, it was during my lifetime. The Good Friday Agreement was... I was already born, and there was just a civil war going on with car bombs and all that in the middle of Europe. Just find that fascinating. 21 seconds, that's probably a bad value. times 1.902 equals 7.1 knots. That's actually not that bad. We're gonna do another check. Click. And the separation walls and stuff like that, I find that super fascinating. If you're not from the area, I don't think anyone of us can really understand all that and really imagine the day-to-day in that time. I keep getting thrown off by how small these values are. 22 seconds this time, but I guess it's because they are so short. So yeah, short. 78.65 divided by 22 seconds. 3.575 meters per second times 1.902 is the factor to turn it into knots. 6.8. Yeah, I think 7 knots is accurate. Convoy is going 7 knots. And there's our target. From Banbridge. My father spent 33 years in the Royal Ulster Constabulary, from the first year to the Troubles to the last. Amazing. That's a man that I would love to meet in a pub and just talk. I don't even know what about, but the topics would arise just by themselves. Right, what do we have now? That looks like 50 milliradian. Yeah, 55 even. We take a look at our chart on the zoom in. 55, it's like 20. So we take 17.7 plus 21.3 divided by 2, 19.5.
Ja, Herr Kaloy, ich kümmere mich darum. Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
That one's gonna be a problem, I think. I had a horrible Jesus Christ, I'm old moment. Like in the last few months of my service, I was taking care of the sailors that are unfit for duty and they have to slim down a little bit, or they're waiting for an operation, like a medical operation, and or they're still in between trainings and they have to be parked somewhere so that they don't do anything stupid, you know, stuff like that. And so you have to kind of
Ich werde mich darum kümmern.
you have to kind of keep them busy, you know. And so I gave them subjects and they had to research it and do a little presentation on them, and one of them was the Troubles. And the female soldier who did that, she was a E2, but she was a petty officer candidate, so she was trying to do, she was still trying to prove herself, I guess, or the military asked her to kind of prove herself. Jesus Christ, how shallow is it here? Oh god, that's gonna be a problem. And she did a presentation about the Troubles, and in the end then the Good Friday Agreement was mentioned. I think it was 1995 or something like this. And so my point was, see, gentlemen, it's not that long ago. That was already during a lifetime. And so I asked them with a show of hands who was alive back then, and I expected most of the hands to go up, but it was very, very few hands that went up, and I realized that, Jesus Christ, I am really old at this point. Like, these kids, these young recruits, they're these young soldiers, they are all born past 2000. I'm the oldest one in the room. So my moral of it wasn't that long ago kind of fell on deaf ears, because for them it was long ago. They weren't even alive during 9/11. Like all of that stuff is just ancient history to them. Now, do I have that contact? Oh, hang on, I can look at the name, and then I can look at when she passes me. Where does it say the name? I mean, she's about to pass me, so I just have to wait just a few more seconds. We might actually die here, because it's too shallow for me to dive away. This is a very, very bad spot to be caught in. Yeah, see, Antonius, that's the stuff that I just cannot imagine. It's insane. Yeah, Colin, that's the kind of stuff that I mean. That's why I kind of want to visit Ireland more, because when I was in Belfast, we went to a pub, and there was a live band playing, and they were getting just Guinness on the house. They were like in a little rounded seating area. They played the fiddle, Irish tin whistle, one a small accordion, or a concertina, I think it's called, and they were just playing. It was absolutely brilliant vibes, like exactly what you imagine when you hear the word Irish pub. And then at some point they just got up and left, and it turns out that they were not a live band at all. They were just sitting there and jamming a little bit together. They were not like a gig or anything. They were just friends playing music. And that was brilliant. I love that. Our pubs don't have that same coziness, I guess. There's our target. Look at that. Nice juicy, fat juicy tanker at 30 milliradian on the zoom out. Sorry, I'm not going to be able to reach that at the moment. 30 milliradian on the zoom out, that's 890 meters. 890 meters, there we go. Target length is set. Salvo shot out of tube 1 and 4. We want the magnetic pistol. Torpedo speed 30, because it's one of them is a T3. And 7.5 meters. All set. And it's obviously AFAT, and it's gonna veer left after 1,100 meters. That looks good. Angle on bow. Jesus! I nearly forgot that. That would have messed everything up. Launch!
Los!
Yeah, that's the thing that I find crazy. That obviously for you it's normal. That might miss. Yeah, that's what's called a pub session. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. That's brilliant.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
Yeah, that's gonna miss.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
That one, on the other hand, isn't.
30 Sekunden.
I want to watch that from the periscope.
20 Sekunden.
Range estimate was slightly off.
Feuer an Deck. Schwere Schäden. Sie gehen unter. Ja!
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Oh, damn it.
Alle Maschinen, stopp.
We're just gonna remain here and be very, very quiet.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
What about our second torpedo? Yeah, that missed. That's a piece of culture that I wouldn't mind spreading to my country. Okay, now it's turning. And it's turning left. Did I tell it to turn left? I think I did. Well, if we're lucky, it's gonna hit the Corvette. Or maybe even the T2. I'm gonna watch that for a while. Now we were so close to the tanker that hopefully the Corvette expects me to be somewhere further away and she goes off chasing me somewhere else. And then that way I can remain undetected for a little while longer. Yeah, Corvette's turning. I think she wants to head out to the convoy and look for me in that direction. I'm gonna poke my periscope up in a second. And it's turning again. Yeah, this one... Oh, maybe it's gonna hit this one. That would be amazing if I finally get an FAT hit. I've never had one before. I don't think I've had one. And then this one has not enough draft and just slips underneath. Let's see. Oh, that looks good. That looks very good. Oh man! Nice! Nice! The T3 FAT finally did something. Yeah, Corvette's chasing away. They thought I'm on the other side. And then that hit is gonna confuse them even further. Whew! Nice!
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Now, can I speed up, or is that Corvette gonna notice me then? Because I do have to turn. I have to create quite some distance between me and the T2, and then turn around, and I need more speed for that. That was beautiful. Super happy about that. And I think she's going down. That was a really deep hit. That must have broken the keel in the front section there. Oh, the Corvette is waiting for the For the just yeah, I could hit the Corvette at the moment. Set speed to 0. Let's try that.
Boot 3 bewässert.
What's the... that's one of the 2 stacks Corvette. That's a flower class, draft 4. Launch.
Los!
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag. Ja? Sekunden.
No, please just don't accelerate.
20 Sekunden.
Ah, it's gonna miss regardless. Range estimate was off slightly, I think. Damn it.
10 Sekunden.
Oh,
bis
maybe.
Einschlag.
Oh. Surely that blew off her propeller.
Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
That's her evacuating, I think.
E-Motoren besetzen. Schneller, schnell. Oder hart Steuerbord.
No, I should have one in tube 2. And that's a T1. Is that maintained? Yes, it is. Blood tube 2. Tube 2, salvo mode off.
Boot 2 bewässert.
Herr Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
Makes sense.
Zeit, unseren Mut zu testen, Männer. Oder mitschiffs.
Now, is she still able to follow me? That's the question. And I don't think she is. That's the tanker sunk. She's going down. I don't think she'll follow. There's a destroyer back there, probably. That's a Corvette. That's a coaster. Yeah, I think I've got a bit of time. A Timpson's interception? What is that? Is that shooting from the hip? I'm just guessing, or... Timpson's... Hang on. What did you call it? Timpson's injection, okay. Or is that something that goes in the... I think I get it. I'm not gonna spell it out. No, I don't think that's a
Schraubengeräusch.
fire angle independent torpedo, so I still will have to turn towards her. On the zoom out, I spot her at 30 milliradian. So that means 890 meters. Speed is probably gonna be still 7.5. I don't think they slowed down. I can shoot it at 30 knots, or I could also shoot it at... Hoot in the arse. Yeah, that's what I got. That's what I gathered. Fairfax. E2 tanker, draft 7.5. Yeah, so I need to turn 60 degrees to starboard in order to catch her. I'm gonna wait until she's at like 100 or 110 and then I'm gonna turn towards her. That's a destroyer. Looking good. Looking good. Well, that's gonna be a problem. That's definitely gonna be a problem. We have to do it now.
Kurs 1, 2, 5.
How do I spot him now? That's pretty straightforward. That's a 100 milliradian on the zoom in. So 10.6, but it's gonna get closer because we're still charging in. I'm gonna stick with, let's say, 900.
Ja. Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
You are gonna launch a decoy. And we're gonna slow down. And then we see
Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 135
our
Grad.
contact. Angle on bow is a red 100. Speed 7.5. Distance set. Now or never. Tube 2 launch.
Los.
...40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag.
Shoe shop. Okay, I get it. I get it.
Herr Kaloin. 30 Sekunden.
That looks good.
20 Sekunden. Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Immediately snapped in half. Gorgeous. Retracts go. And then we have to get down just a little bit. Because we don't want the destroyer to ram us, because that was a common tactic for destroyers to get rid of subs.
20 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5
Tauchen
Meter.
auf 15 Meter. Ja.
Now you guys need to do command, because that will reduce crew noise.
Folgen Sie mir.
Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt.
Might have been a little bit too deep there.
Tauchen auf 10 Meter.
You get on the hydrophone.
Ich kümmere mich darum.
Horchraum besetzen.
Yes, electric engine,
Könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
dive planes,
Herr Kommandant.
10 Meter.
battle damage control.
Wasserbomben. Sehr nah.
Folgen Sie mir.
we go.
Funkspruch erhalten. 15 Meter.
Herr Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
It's coming
Das
right
wird nicht
above us.
einfach, aber wir haben schon Schlimmeres überstanden. Lasst uns ruhig bleiben.
Stop throwing though. That was lucky. So he dropped all of his eggs right over there. And now he's dropping again. He just didn't drop where we were. Holy fuck, that was so lucky. Flank speed while the explosions are going on.
Schneller.
No more explosions.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Another destroyer.
Herr Kapitän?
I probably should watch out if I don't want to crash into the wreck of the tanker. Crew stressed and strained, yeah, that makes sense. 30 degrees off my starboard bow.
Wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe.
Fair enough,
Boot
nothing's
für
gonna happen.
Rundblick eingesteuert.
We've got coasters over there, 3 of them. 4 of them. That's a coaster. That's a destroyer. That's a coaster. That's impressive as well. And then there's the Flower Class Corvette, the other one, yeah. So we got 2 dance partners today.
Herr Kaloin?
Tauchen auf. 10 Meter. 5 Meter.
That's gonna be interesting. Oh, I need to find where it gets deeper.
15 Meter.
A 100 to 200 meters over here.
Meter. Kurs auf diese
5 miles, yeah, that's gonna be a while. Damn it. And then it just stays that shallow for the rest of the while. I think it drops down past Sable Island, yeah, down here. Then we suddenly get 2,000 meters, same as here. That's 100 miles away. We're never gonna make that. I'm gonna have to lose them
auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
in the shallows over here. This is gonna be an adventure.
Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter.
That was the best tonnage, though. That was 40,000 tons. Yeah, we're halfway to the next objective. Yeah. That was pretty damn good. If I do say so myself. But now, obviously, we've angered them a little bit, and they want to give us our receipts.
Kaloin?
Yeah, we can hear him.
Wasserbomben! Sehr nah!
Schneller, schneller!
Caroline?
Bring us 30 degrees to starboard.
Kurs 1, 6, 3.
Decoy out. We've not been actively pinged yet, that's also good. It could be that we're extremely lucky and both of the destroyers hunting us do not have ASTIC installed. Because they're part of the old guard or something and they haven't been updated yet. That would be very, very lucky indeed.
Wasserbomben! Sehr nah!
More depth charges. Oh right, we're not at periscope depth, right? Yeah. I'll poke my head out.
Wasserbomben! Sehr nah! Wasserbomben! Sehr nah!
Even more?
Schneller, schneller!
Folgen Sie mir. Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Wasserbomben! Sehr nah!
Herr Kapitän?
Are they dropping on my decoy?
Sehr nah!
They're not dropping on me, that's for sure. Could be that they fell for it. Whew, okay, looking good so far. I was looking for a video, but I can't find it now. Where you have a fish in like 20 centimeters deep water and you can just walk up to them and catch them with your hand because they can't get away. This is what it feels like.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
Okay, okay, okay.
Erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Crew is doing well though. During this whole deployment. One cubic meter, so 1,000 liters of water in the boat. And at least there's not going to be much more coming in, considering how low the water pressure is outside. And we can't get any deeper. $100 to 200 over here. That's... yeah, that's a good area. I need to get over there. "5 miles, though." I mean, we're going 3 knots, so it's a bit over an hour. It's gonna take a while. It's gonna be a lot of cat and mouse until we reach that area. Most of the convoy is still port side ahead, port side abreast. That's a destroyer port side astern, and then that's probably the other destroyer, also port side astern. Now, how about here? 100 to 200 meters over here. Chart depth. Also 5 miles. Maybe I could turn away from the convoy a bit further. Maybe that'll help. So far it's looking okay. Not being pinged yet. Yeah, give us another 30 degrees.
Zerstörer! 165 Grad!
They dropped depth charges back there? They're going after my decoy. They fell for my decoy. Nice. Very nice. We still have someone on the dive planes? Yes, bring us up to periscope depth, please. Course to view! Oh wow, we have that now. Nice. Parallel course to locked ship. Oh, very cool. Very cool.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Korvette! 130 Grad.
Here's the problem. When she turns back to go to the convoy, he's gonna sail right over us. Where's that destroyer? Did he already go back to the convoy? I think he might have. That might be it. That's Coaster.
125 Grad.
That's the tanker we sank. Well, one of the tankers. That's the destroyer. 140. And then the corvette is 120. So we're gonna turn 30 degrees to port.
Kurs 164.
Okay. I think I need a fresh cup of coffee. The black liquid gold of the U-boat service. German state TV once did a documentary about submarines, the modern 212 class submarines. I think it was U-31, and one of the officers, I think, second officer of the watch or something like that, when they were loading the tubes with provisions, because they obviously in modern military you only, at least we only take ammunition with us if we're on deployment. So if you're just going on a friendly passage or some NATO maneuver or something, you don't take live ammunition with you. And they loaded the tubes with provisions, and I think one of the tubes was completely stuffed with coffee. And then the second officer of the watch said that absolutely no problem with leaving harbor without any ammunition, but if we ever leave without coffee, then there's gonna be hell to pay. Coffee is ever since the people stopped smoking, coffee is the new replacement drug. And then with the younger soldiers nowadays, it's that fucking snooze, this what you call it, those nicotine pouches that you put under your lip. The amount of nicotine these young soldiers get nowadays is
Schornstein
insane.
auf, Peilung 125 Grad.
God, I sounded old then. Fuck. Back in my day, we didn't have that. Do I see her stern? I think I do. Circulating over there. Circling, not circulating. That one as well. Yeah, they're still convinced that my decoy is me. Oh, that's brilliant.
Schneller!
Bye! That's that was a good attack. First of all, that's the first time I hit one with a FAT torpedo. And second of all, that's the first time I have a confirmation that they actually fell for my decoy. So 2 firsts. On every other attack it was always a bit of guesswork, but this time I can be absolutely certain that they fell for my decoy. And I think she's going back to Halifax because she dropped all of her depth charges. And the destroyer is probably heading back to the convoy. I did not think that would go so well. I thought this would be more of a pain because it was just so shallow. We were astronomically lucky that they didn't ping us. Maybe they couldn't because they didn't have it.
Tauchen auf. 20 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe.
Whoops.
20 Meter.
Okay. Good thing I set someone on the dive planes to maintain that, and they still overshot the target. Yeah, we're gonna stay submerged for the rest of the day until it goes deep. All the way over here.
Kurs setzen.
118 miles divided by 5 knots. 118 divided by 5 equals 23.6 hours. So that's 24 hours of travel. We're not gonna make that. So we're just gonna maintain submerged until it's dark out and we can surface. Whew. Okay. Yeah, oh man, that's one of the things that was amazing about being on the surface, because once you enter international waters and you're no longer in territorial waters, you can buy cigarettes from the ship's canteen without duty and tax-free. And then you find, it's only then that you realize how cheap these things actually are and how much of the price of cigarettes is tax and well, other government expenses. And I was able to buy Lucky Strike, the carton, so 200 cigarettes, carton of Lucky Strikes for I think €8. And then obviously I would keep them, and I would definitely not smuggle them back into German territorial waters, and I would definitely not sell them at my local high school, because that would be illegal and I would never do that. Even though that would have been a profit margin beyond 1000%, but I would not do that because that's illegal.
Kurs setzen.
What do we have? Ship spotted, Fairfax, one. Okay.
Herr Kapitän?
How do you spot that? Periscope is retracted. 1901. Oh yeah, periscope depth, please.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Aktuelle Tiefe 15 Meter.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Came home from sea in 1935. Well, then he got lucky, I guess. Oh, the Fairfax. That's the wreck we sunk. Jesus.
Handelsschiff, 180 Grad.
Yeah, I don't think that still counts as a merchant ship. I would call that a wreck. Okay, so what do we have? We have the Catawba sunk, Flower class sunk, R.J. Cullen sunk, Fairfax sunk. So we targeted 3 ships and we sank 4. And one of those ships that we targeted was a shot from the hip. I think I cannot ask for any more than this. This was brilliant. That's going in my Hall of Fame. Which patrol is this? Patrol 33, probably my best one yet. Like, that was, like, in shallow waters as well, that was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I loved every second of that. And there it goes deep to 100 to 200. Pretty much where we are right now.
Schornsteinrauch, Peilung 125 Grad.
125 degrees. What do we have? Yes, there's someone. Okay. How much electricity do we have? 17 hours. Okay, we can increase speed.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
Because air is going to run out before electric power runs out. 7 knots. And we need to go at least up to... Oh man. When we're truly safe is over here. Not even. Where is it safe? Oh, all the way back here. This is where it gets safe.
Kurs setzen.
114 miles divided by 7 knots. 16.2 hours. So that would be 2 a.m. Okay. We can cancel the alarm though.
Alarm beenden.
Everybody get some sleep, please. And resume standard duties. Yeah, my granddad worked in the coal mines after the war. There was a lot of coal to be found in Western Germany. Essentially, the coal starts in southwest Germany, and then the coal deposits go further below the ground. The further north you look, and then in the early 1800s, 1900s, like the technology got better and better, so that more and more of those deposits could be reached, and that kind of was an industrial boom in Western Germany. There was a lot of money to be made in coal mining. Obviously not by hand, but with machinery and all that.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Now, Commander, you don't get sleep because you're the commander. That's the burden of command. Switch to deep mode. And we've got about 150 meters below the keel. That's pretty good. Let's go down to 100 and stay there.
Tauchen auf, 100
Switch to
Meter.
shallow mode.
Aktuelle Tiefe, 5 Meter.
And then you can go on the map.
Navigation besetzen.
Schraubengeräusche. Handelsschiffe, mittlere Gruppe. Peilung 260 Grad.
That was a good patrol.
25 Meter.
There we go.
Aktuelle Tiefe 45 Meter.
Now we still have to get home, safe and sound. The question is, do I go for the milk cow again, or do we just make the trip across the pond? And I think I'd rather do the latter.
Großer Konvoi. Peilung
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
315 Grad.
'Cause that would be...
60 Meter.
Oh, it doesn't tell me the full length of the trip, but that would be 3,620 miles plus 114. I think we can manage. Got 84% fuel. Yeah, we can manage. Okay, no need to refuel then. Let us just
80 Meter.
go home. Yeah, that's also something that I don't envy anyone. Merchant Navy during the war.
Kriegsschiff. Peilung 140 Grad.
Aktuelle Tiefe, 90 Meter.
Light Trust. What is that? I've never heard of that. "40 meters below the keel." That's good. Keep doing that.
Ja,
Any contacts that are gonna be dangerous? Nope, not really.
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 165 Grad.
Moving away, moving away, moving away, moving away. Lovely.
105 Meter.
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 145 Grad.
Yeah, we got away.
Schraubengeräusch.
Got away once more.
Peilung 130 Grad.
Aktuelle Tiefe 100 Meter.
What the hell was that? Did you hear that?
105 Meter.
More hours until the air is out. 1700 hours, 1730. We need a bit more air, I'm afraid. Which is not a problem, because we haven't used our ventilation system yet.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloi?
Ventilation einschalten.
Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Peilung 285 Grad.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Bestätige.
Well, and actually, since Scholz can't man the periscope,
Zeit für eine
he can just take the captain's watch on the map.
besetzen.
Commanding officer's watch.
Schraubengeräusche. Handelsschiffe. Mittlere Gruppe.
Captain is a
Peilung
civilian term.
42 Grad.
Or the army, for some reason. Right, 1850. Still bright outside. Air is at 43%. That's okay. Turn that thing off.
Ventilation ausschalten.
As it gets less and less effective, but still eats up the same amount of electricity. 5 hours of electricity and 4 hours of air. A little bit less than that. 19. Oh, I think we're close to the bottom.
Aktuelle Tiefe 90 Meter.
Yes, we are. Raise the boat slightly.
Auf 75 Meter.
Bring us up to 50. Just to be sure.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
70 Meter. 50 Meter.
The Clyde Port Authority. Okay. The River Clyde was full of shipyards building and repairing warships. Yeah, for sure. Is that Tyneside? No. River Tyne. Okay, that's a different area. Never mind. But I mean, yeah, it's Great Britain. They got shipyards bloody everywhere. Obviously, and they need them. Low air quality, 20%, 21% battery capacity, and it's still not dark outside.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
I guess we have to surface now.
Aktuelle Tiefe.
Let's hope there's no one up there. Oh.
Aktuelle Tiefe 15 Meter.
Didn't you just tell me that we've reached periscope depth? Now we've reached
Herr
periscope depth.
Kaloi, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Still very, very bright out. Not a fan. But we have to surface. Surface the boat! Up we go.
5 Meter.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. Fuck this. Especially during these few years I bet there were loads of close calls for loads of people. And I thank the Lord every day that you're still alive. Right, normal lights. And I think we have to use the diesel compressor, because the battery power is very, very low. Pump is off. Air quality going up, battery capacity going up, lovely. Turn on the ventilation system for a few minutes.
Ventilation einschalten.
I don't want my boys to get headaches from that bad air quality in here. There we go, that's enough.
Ausschalten.
And away we go. Total route is 3,680 miles, and we can do 6,900 miles. Okay, so we have to slow down a little bit,
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
but we're gonna do that later once we're outside of enemy waters. Once we've passed Sable Island, right here,
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
we can slow down. 8,600 miles on that current usage. Lovely. And off we go. Way back home. Full month at sea once we arrive home. I think that should be good enough. And just 40,000 tons to go until we finish drumbeat fully. Good goings, I would say. And we have a crew event. Ah, we've got another
Kapitän.
brawl. Felix Krage was beaten. Volker Reitenbach was the aggressor. Yeah, court-martial as always. Gotta do it. Sailor's in critical state.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Ah, the Rossmann is already on it. Krage. Felix Seifert. Awaiting court-martial. Volker Reitenbach. Awaiting court-martial, also one of the raw recruits. And Krage is also one of the new recruits. Okay. So at least it's the raw recruits fighting amongst each other. If any one of them, of the new boys, had laid a hand on one of the veterans, I would have been very angry about that.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Christ. Side bank blitz, yeah. Jesus. Of the 50,000 inhabitants, 35,000 lost their dwelling. Wow. And they built the Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mary, and the Queen Elizabeth II in that town.
Schornsteinrauch. Peilung 140 Grad.
What? I mean, we don't have any torpedoes, but we still have a deck gun. Oh! Oh! Ah, I forgot to send the messages. Oh, god damn it. That is a lot of budget that slipped through my fingers right there. Should have sent those right after surfacing. Well. I don't think it makes you worse. I think it makes you a bit more wary in situations. And I think you overthink things. Like, you think of threats and dangers that are not even in the game yet. Like, I thought we would have a much harder time when we were just there in 20 meters of water. And in the end, we were fine. Yeah, I think we're gonna pass them without any incident. I hope one of those messages that we sent was a report of that convoy, or whatever that is. And some other submarine can take care of that, because it's not gonna be us. We are heading home. 8th of September, 30 days at sea. My boys must be fatigued. Yes, they will have a nice little shore leave once we reach home. And discipline is going down because the galley is no longer stocked. They're just eating cheese from the bag. We're not gonna do that. 26. And then we're gonna do 30 of those. And 30 of the fruit. And the rest of the sausages. Transmission lost, BDU. Okay.
Funkraum besetzen.
Herr Kapitän,
Wurden von einem nahegelegenen U-Boot über ein mögliches Ziel in diesem Gebiet informiert.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. We're not following this because we have no torpedoes. We unfortunately couldn't help even if we wanted to. And we're nearly home. Now we have to be careful of enemy air raids again. Yep, there they are.
325 Grad.
Pick up some speed.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Zu Befehl, Herr Kommandant. Ja.
What's the chart depth? Deep. Bring us down to 160.
160 Meter.
Herr Kaloin, wir wurden entdeckt.
I'm sure we were.
Ich benötige Ihre Unterstützung. Folgen Sie mir.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum. Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Alles klar, ich werde mich darum kümmern.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Down we go.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Auf Blaulicht schalten.
30 Meter.
Jawohl.
Meter.
50.
Meter. 90 Meter.
Is the echo sounder still on, by the way? I wish you could get them out of that when they're stuck in animation like that.
Meter.
Yes, it was still on. Okay, turn that off. One, two, three, four, 4,600 meters. Yeah, that'll do.
Aktuelle Tiefe 130 Meter.
I don't think they will drop depth charges, because we've already dived so deep.
Meter.
Meter.
Past tense of dive is dived or dove. Dove is more commonly used in American English, so we have dove so deep. No, that doesn't sound right. We have dived so deep. Yeah, that sounds better. Silly Americans. %49 fuel. Yeah, just a trip across the Atlantic pretty much costs us half our fuel. I want my type now. I want my type 9 and I want it now. Devs. Devs. Seriously, devs. The last update you gave us, the Type 9 Distant Coasts DLC, you told us on the 28th of May that you are now working on the next free update as well as the Type 9 DLC full time. And that, where did you write that? Hang on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Still have to do some stuff, yes. In June, we'll start with the addition of all these components into a functional vessel. Due to our experience with previous Uboat types, we know that this will take several months. Okay, that's sad. So that was end of May, so they had the entirety of June. It is now the mid of July. I don't want to be pushy, but can you please hurry up? I want my Type 9. I need it. I need my Type 9. Urgently. Yeah, I was gonna say, Dove is an Americanism, yeah. Google says the same. I think it's them trying to sound fancy. I don't know. Why would you do this? Like dived. That's easy. Why would you make it more complicated?
Alarm beenden.
Yes, thank you.
Aktuelle Tiefe 165 Meter.
And I think there's probably no point in staying submerged. 850. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to stay submerged for the entire day. So we're just gonna blow the ballast, get back up, refill our oxygen reserves, and then when we get spotted again, we're just gonna dive again.
Aktuelle Tiefe 50 Meter.
30 Meter. Normale Beleuchtung.
Normal lights.
Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter. Auf diese
Kommandant, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Transmission from BDU again.
Ausraum besetzen.
Why are you doing this?
Funkraum besetzen.
Wir wurden von einem nahegelegenen U-Boot über ein mögliches Ziel in diesem Gebiet informiert.
No, thank you. We're going home.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
I should hope so.
Funkmesssignale geortet. Peilung 285 Grad.
Yeah, I can see them on the thing. Yeah, dive. 50 meters, please.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Auf Blaulichtschalter erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Aktuelle Tiefe 25 Meter. 45 Meter.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Are you okay? Stay submerged until, I don't know, 12? Yeah, until noon. There we go. Watch change and raise the boat. Funny sound like that. Normal light.
Beleuchtung einschalten. 20 Meter.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloi?
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Compressor.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Low speed ahead.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
And we continue our voyage. Until the radio warning receiver warns us again, which is going to be very shortly, I'm sure. No, not today, but now.
Eingehendes Funktelegramm.
EDU has a report. Oh, horrible weather, lovely. We're going to get through. What do we have? More boats? No. What is it? U-73 has gone missing. Its projected position at the time of communication stop is Square Bravo Foxtrot 227. Please investigate report September 16. Why were they there? I guess we have to. Orders are orders.
Kurs setzen. Wir wurden von einem nahegelegenen U-Boot über ein mögliches Ziel in diesem Gebiet informiert.
Funksignale geortet. Peilung 55 Grad.
And more planes.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Wir wissen, wie es geht. Ritgen und Spieß gegen diese Jäger. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter. ...25 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 45 Meter.
Remain submerged until
Alarm
it's
beenden.
10 a.m.
...50 Meter.
And blow ballast.
Einblasen.
Meter. 10 Meter.
Right, get on the radio.
Besetzen. Auf
Herr Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Board the aircraft and recharge the compressed air.
Messung einschalten.
Now in this weather it's probably more advantageous to have someone on the radio, on the radar warning receiver than on the bridge.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloy.
Yeah.
Herr
Yep.
Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Oh, even the radar warning receiver is struggling.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
What horrible weather.
Kurs setzen.
Now, knowing my luck, they're somewhere over here or over here.
Alarm! Flugzeug im
Bleibt
Anflug!
ruhig und
Schneller, schneller.
Blank speed and bring us down. What's the chart depth here? Probably not that deep. 20 to 50 meters, yep. I bet we were.
Wir wissen, wie es geht.
Man, they're even going out in this weather.
Diese Jäger.
Brave boys.
Erkerlein, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Umblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
U-Boot. 130 Grad.
Submarine at 130 degrees.
Herr Kaloy?
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Oh! That's not the submarine that we're looking for. Why didn't they look for our friends? Ach,
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 295 Grad.
Alarm beenden.
oh, this is a bad place to be in. Right on the enemy shores. And it's in the middle of night. And in horrible weather, so we're not gonna find the submarine even if we try.
Herr Kapitän,
Lenzpumpe einschalten.
And if we turn on the spotlight, we'll probably just attract airplanes to our location. That's not gonna go well.
Aktuelle Tiefe 15 Meter. Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Herr Kaloy?
Also, obviously, we don't hear the submarine because they're lost and probably their engine is
Herr
not
Kaloin, wir sind
operational.
aufgetaucht.
Why?
Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe.
Okay.
Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Yeah, but we might as well surface, let's be honest.
Blasen.
10 Meter.
Elektrokompressor einschalten. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloin,
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Erkerlein, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Right, turn on the red light.
Wechseln.
Maybe we can see a little bit.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
And then I'm gonna need
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Jawohl.
as many people on watch as possible.
Erkerlein, wir sind aufgetaucht.
We've got some cute messages, we can send those out. Probably aircraft spotted twice.
Alarm! Flugzeug im
Auf
Anflug!
Station.
165 Grad.
Beginnt. Auf maximale sichere Tiefe gehen. Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Oh man, this is gonna be a pain.
Erkerlein, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Bootführer und Umblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Erkerlein,
Herr Kaloin,
Elektrokompressor ausschalten.
We didn't even recharge our compressed air this time. They immediately pushed us back
wie
below
lauten
the
Ihre Befehle,
waves.
Herr Kaloin?
Kleine Fahrt voraus. Alarm beenden.
Remain submerged until 11 p.m. and then we're gonna try again. Weather's getting better. Hydrophone range is increasing. So at least there's that.
Aktuelle Tiefe 15 Meter.
Raise the boat.
Anblasen.
Ja.
Turn on the electric compressor.
Elektrokompressor einschalten. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Even if we find the boat, it's gonna be dangerous to send an away team to look for it or look at it.
Kurs
I
setzen.
wouldn't send anyone in a dinghy in this weather.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Look at our visual range, man. What is that, one cable? Oh, it's a mile. Oh, still not good.
Alarm! Flugzeug im
Bleibt
Anflug!
ruhig und zentriert
200
Wir
Grad!
schaffen das. Halbe Fahrt voraus. Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Herr Kapitän.
Elektrokompressor ausschalten.
That's gonna be a long night.
Auf Blaulicht schalten. Alarm beenden.
I think we're just gonna...
5 Grad.
How did we see that?
Kurs setzen.
And also funny that that was in the exact moment that I decided to stop and just wait for the weather to get better. And then the game's like, oh, by the way, there's the boat. Yeah, so we're gonna just dive towards it.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleiner Konvoi. Peilung 340 Grad.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Kondensstreifen. Peilung 115 Grad. Alarm! Flugzeug in Sicht. Peilung 105 Grad.
Luftziel Seerohr setzen.
Herr Kaloin? Ja.
What's that? Crystal Dogfighter? I'm sure they do have a Mark 1A ball. I do like that in Sea Power. That the basic optical sensor is the Mark 1 eyeball. It's brilliant.
Alarm beenden.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle. Kondensstreifen. Peilung.
Look at how much air traffic there is at night here. I mean,
Flugzeug in
yeah,
Sicht.
there's an RAF base right there.
80 Grad.
But I didn't think they would be sending that many night fighters out. I thought that would happen later in the war. Also, good job spotting those. I wouldn't be able to.
Alarm beenden.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin? Rotlicht wechseln.
Now let me see. Give me red light. I need to see.
Herr Kaloin, dies scheint das vermisste U-Boot zu sein, das wir finden sollten.
What are you referring to? I don't see anything. Yeah, there. Yes. Okay.
Wenn sich die Sonne neiget, der feuchte Nebel steiget. Mein Tagwerk ist getan. Mein Tagwerk ist getan.
There it is. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Raise the boat.
Anblasen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Herr Kaloy,
Recharge our compressed air. We might have to dive quickly.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Yeah, turn on the position lights. Yeah, sure. You bloody idiots. We could swim to shore. We're that close to the enemy. Do you realize that? 5 miles off the coast. Turn the bloody lights off.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle,
I have a
Herr
feeling my boys want to end it all. Okay. Scholz, get on the AA. Chief, get on the engine.
Zeit für eine Auszeit. Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Diesel besetzen.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Zeit für eine
Engler, you lead the away team.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Commanding officer on the bridge.
Kurs setzen.
1 cable away.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Oh, pretty much moored to them. Let's step over. Right, U-73, send a team to investigate. Engler, you're going. Take guns. Mai, you're going. Take a helmet, take 5 men. Go.
Kleine Fahrt zurück.
Rudder midships.
Oder Mitschiffs.
Investigate U-73. Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
You need another man.
Hilfe gebraucht. Alarm!
Battle stations, come on.
Auf Gefechtsstation. Auf Gefechtsstationen. Anlauf beginnt. Funkraum besetzen.
And send the reports.
Herr Kaloy, eingehendes Funktelegramm. Funkmesssignale geortet. Peilung 190 Grad.
That was to be expected. Hurry up, boys.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Right. Corpse of sailors with red blood flowing out of their eyes and lips. Richard might no doubt. The boat was damaged by a mine, which led to flooding of the batteries of the boat, which in turn released chlorine gas and resulted in the death of the entire crew. This is the one and only situation where I'm absolutely cool with not being able to tow this, and rather sink her on the spot, because we're in no position to tow this boat back home. So, scuttle, quickly, both engines full speed ahead, hard port. Are they all in? Mai, get in bed quickly. You just get in. Everybody get in. Quickly now.
Folgen Sie mir.
Ja, Herr Kaloin. Ich kümmere mich darum.
Clear the bridge. Quick! Dive, dive, dive.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Still 3 men up top. 4 men. Alright, I think they're all in. Okay.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
And also it should worry us that that boat ran on a mine, because that usually should mean that there is mines in the area.
Kurs setzen.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Uns wurde von einem verbündeten Boot
Right, good. Cancel alarm.
gemeldet.
Alarm beenden. Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Okay.
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung
Herr Kaloin.
80 Grad. Schraubengeräusch.
Oh, wow.
Kriegsschiffe. Kleine Gruppe.
Herr
Peilung
Kapitän.
290 Grad.
Oh, that's not good. That is very, very not good. Right. Low ballast.
Anblasen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter. Herr Kaloin,
Elektrokompressor einschalten. Dieselkompressor einschalten. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
This is more stressful than the raid on the shoreline. Just being right next to an RAF base is very, very, very unpleasant.
Funkmesssignal.
And there's again.
geortet.
There it is again.
110 Grad.
Auf maximal sichere Tiefe gehen.
Dafür haben wir trainiert. Wir werden das gemeinsam durchstehen.
And we're being pushed beyond the waves again. They do not like us on the surface, but they also don't like it when we dive.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe.
Right, what's the depth here? 50 to 100.
30
Yeah, okay,
Meter.
let's stick to 25 meters for a
Tauchen
while.
auf 25 Meter.
Ship spotted.
Ja.
Ow.
Schraubengeräusche, kleiner Konvoi. Peilung 205 Grad.
25 Meter.
Sure, what do you need?
Aktuelle Tiefe 30
Yeah,
Meter.
there's loads of coastal traffic going around here. Gotta be careful not to be spotted by that. And surface.
Anblasen.
10 Meter.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Both engines
Große
full
Fahrt
speed.
voraus.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Immediately.
Peilung
Auf
70 Grad.
Seerohrtiefe.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motor wechseln.
Schraubengeräusche, Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppen.
Damn.
Peilung 270
Alarm
Grad.
beenden.
Yeah, we're gonna struggle getting away from here.
Peilung 225 Grad. Schraubengeräusch, Kriegsschiff. Peilung 295 Grad.
Surface at 4:15.
Schraubengeräusch, Kriegsschiff. Peilung 290 Grad.
Surface the boat.
Anblasen.
5 Meter.
Ja,
Turn on both compressors.
Herr Kapitän?
Elektrokompressor einschalten. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Both engines full speed ahead. And immediately we've got enemy planes again.
280 Grad.
Oh.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Signale geortet. Peilung 80 Grad.
Herr Kapitän?
Ventilation einschalten.
Where are they? Not visible as of yet. That's his contrail, right? Two of them. Yeah, there they are. Maybe even more. No, that's just clouds, never mind. Or is it? I don't know. That's definitely a plane. Oh, god damn it. Quickly fill the pressure. Fill the compressed air. We need to dive.
Funkraum besetzen.
Dawn's coming as well, that's not a good thing. Although, at this point in the war, I guess Nighttime doesn't help us against planes anyway. We need a snorkel. Unfortunately, that's gonna be a while.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Air quality is perfect. Turn off the ventilator. Right, tanks are full. Lovely.
Besser ausschalten.
Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stay surfaced, but I am gonna
Vorfluten.
go on decks awash. Then whenever my boys spot a plane, actually spot a plane, we're gonna go down immediately.
Alarm. Flugzeug im Anflug. Ein 275 Grad.
Yep, there they are. Get in!
Navigation besetzen. Auf Seerohrtiefe.
What's the depth here? 100 to 200 meters. Okay, bring us down to
Auf
50.
E-Motoren wechseln.
Flank
Tauchen
speed.
auf 50 Meter. Aktuelle
Quickly
Tiefe
now.
5 Meter.
Retract the scope. But cancel alarm. We don't need that.
beenden.
Oh boy. I knew this was gonna take ages. When I got the message that we were supposed to go to the English coastline, I was like, okay, this
25
stream is gonna last a while longer. Damn it. That was not a very good... Not a good thing to happen here.
45 Meter.
And dead slow ahead. And blue light.
Blaulicht schalten.
I guess we have to just stay here as long as we can.
Kriegsschiff, 0 Grad,
9 hours.
90 Grad.
Langsame Fahrt voraus. Halbe Fahrt voraus.
12 hours.
Große Fahrt
Oh, we can stay at
voraus.
full speed as long as we have air. 10 hours, 9 hours. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna stay submerged at full speed.
55 Meter. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten
And
setzen.
just get away from the shoreline.
Schraubengeräusche, großer Konvoi, 0 Grad, 265 Grad, 50 Meter.
Tauchen auf 25 Meter.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleiner Konvoi. Peilung 235 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Peilung 240 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 220 Grad. Aktuelle Tiefe 25 Meter.
I think we have to surface now.
Anblasen.
This is not looking good.
5 Meter.
Right, half ahead
Kommandant, wir sind aufgetaucht.
And turn on the diesel compressor. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Hours until the batteries are full.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Did that work? Full
Große
speed.
Fahrt voraus.
Battery's full, air is full, compressed air is full. Okay, I guess we're outside of their takeoff, like their takeoff flight path. They probably take off something like this and then go on their patrols or something like this. And we were always in the area where they took off and landed, so we were always being spotted. We're gonna get spotted a few times more, but not as frequently, I hope.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, that was to be expected, just once more.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
What do we have? Where is it? Ahead. Okay. Full
Große
speed.
Fahrt voraus.
What's the chart depth? 100 to 200 meters. Okay, bring us down to 100.
Tauchen auf 100 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
That was a bit early.
Meter,
Ah, let's do 80 meters.
Tauchen auf 80 Meter.
45 Meter.
Low speed ahead.
Meter.
And that's where we'll stay for a while.
Aktuelle Tiefe 85 Meter.
Auf Blaulicht schalten.
And it's 10 a.m. Right. Periscope depth.
Erledigt, Herr Kaloin. Auf Ziel Seerohr besetzen. 60 Meter. 40 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 15 Meter. Kommandant, wir sind auf Periskoptiefe, bereit für einen Rundumblick.
And we're at periscope depth. Observation periscope is not picking up any planes. Retract scope. Surface the boat.
5 Meter.
Normal light. And electric compressor.
Elektrokompressor einschalten. Dieselkompressor ausschalten. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloin,
There we
wir
go.
sind aufgetaucht.
Slow speed ahead. Lovely, lovely advance. Lovely travel speed of 9 knots. And another one.
Als eingespielte Mannschaft bringen wir dem Feind 200 so ein U-Boot in der Lage ist. Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Ja, Herr Kaloin, ich kümmere mich darum.
Herr Kaloin, wir wurden entdeckt.
Yep.
Das wird nicht einfach.
Flank speed.
Aber wir haben
Crash dive.
maximal sichere Tiefe gehen. Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Herr Kaloin.
Low speed ahead.
Fahrt voraus.
Blue light.
Auf Blaulicht schalten. Aktuelle Tiefe 25 Meter.
Why is the noise coming from here? Not here. It's a bit weird. Also the fact that I'm receiving any sort of signal at 50 meters, but okay.
60 Meter.
He's a bit buggy, I would say.
80 Meter.
Right, cancel alarm.
Alarm beenden. 90 Meter. Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Right, 2 hours below the waves. Bring us up to periscope depth.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
85 Meter. 50 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 15 Meter.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Observation
Kommandant,
periscope.
wir sind auf Periskoptiefe. Boot klar für Rundumblick.
Luftziel Seerohr besetzen.
Ich erwarte Ihre
Raise the
Befehle.
scope. Have a look around. Nothing. Raise the scope. Raise the boat. Down scope. Resume standard duties.
Herr Kaloin.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Kommandant, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Wenn sich die Sonne neiget, der feuchte Nebel steiget. Mein Tagwerk ist getan.
There we go.
Mein Tagwerk ist getan.
That was a bit annoying.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Kommandant, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Kurs
Right.
setzen.
Electric compressor on.
Kompressor einschalten. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
And we're in home waters.
Wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern.
After being away for 39 days.
Auf Rotlicht wechseln.
It's 8 p.m. If we're docked, it's 9 p.m. Then with all the...
Herr Kaloin?
What do you call it? Not preparation, the opposite of that. With stowing everything away and cleaning the boat and all that. It's gonna take a few hours of that, so maybe the boys can head out and grab a pint in the pubs, but they won't make it home today. Their girlfriends and mums will have to wait another day, unfortunately.
Funkraum besetzen. Funktelegramm gesendet.
Also, I'd like to point out
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten.
that this is once again a lovely view. Game has a lot of those.
Kurs setzt.
I'm gonna let you bask in this view for a few moments, whilst I grab myself another mug of coffee. Excellent. That's the last of the coffee. Very calm seas tonight. Beautiful.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Zielposition erreicht.
Ja. Lenzpumpe einschalten.
Just get rid of the last bits of water in the bilge. Oh, that's nice. Now hard to starboard.
Ruder, hart Steuerbord.
That's where we want to go. Those are the locks.
Ruder
Rudder
Mittschiffs.
midships. Steady as she goes on 090.
Kurs 9-0.
Yeah, exactly. We had horrible weather when we left port. Rain and high seas, even inside the harbor, past the locks. Beautiful September night. And I'm not gonna jinx it, I hope. But no air raid either. And even if there was an air raid starting now, I'd still make it towards the protected locks, I think. Now that was quite a patrol. I'm gonna get the debrief very soon. Yeah, that's also an annoying bug. When they were in battle stations, sometimes the clipboard in their hands doesn't despawn, and then they are forever holding a clipboard. A bit silly. Which, like, the clipboard trick is the best trick in the book when it comes to being a soldier. Like, everywhere you go, just carry a clipboard, and if a superior sees you, he's not gonna think that you're slacking off because you got a clipboard. Why would you run around with a clipboard if you've got nothing to do? You know? And sometimes when you have a feeling like someone's walking up to you and trying to give you some more stuff to do, just stop, look at your clipboard, make a tick, nod, and turn around and go the other way. No one will ever follow you. They will think that you're doing something incredibly important and they don't want to bother you with it. But yeah, I know that you're not using that clipboard. You are on bridge watch, by the way. And also, he's also holding a pencil. Very nice. Locks are opening. Port 5.
Rudergänger 5 Grad. Backbord.
I'll make it 10.
Ruder 10 Grad. Backbord.
And both engines dead slow.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
And rudder
Ruder
midships.
Mittschiffs.
Steady on course 078.
Kurs 7-8.
God, it's dark down here. Can't see the hand in front of my face. I remember getting asked to go to the janitor's room for a long stand when I was at school. Practical joke, would work all the time back then. What's a long stand? You'll have to explain that one to me. Practical jokes like that? I'm assuming... No, I'm not gonna guess what it means. I can't figure it out. Thank you for subscribing, Captain Freak 88. Welcome aboard. Much appreciated. I hope you enjoy your stay. And we have practical jokes in that way, like the same way, but I can't really tell them because they get lost in translation. Like one would be, you tell the new guy to go to the commander's room. Not for the commanding officer, but that spare room that's always left free for the commander of the squadron. Because that's marked KDR. For Kommandeur, but it could also, like, you tell them that means Kartendruckraum, which is chart printing room. And so you usually tell them, like, there's this old bloke in there, he's a bit hard of hearing, you don't have to salute him or anything, he's a civilian. And you have to speak loud and clearly with him. One of my mates fell for that, and they sent him to the commander's room. Obviously the commander was in there. And he just looked at him really confused and was like, "Oh, sir, are you also here to print some charts?" And thankfully the commandeer was a good sport about it. He knew the joke. Start with 10.
Oder 10 Grad. Steuerbord.
Ah, I see.
Oder Mittschiffs.
I absolutely would have expected a harbor raid in this weather. Let's just be thankful that there is none. Board 5.
Rudergänger. 5 Grad. Backbord.
Ah, good. Even if there's a harbor raid now, we'll make it safely to our pen. Board 10.
Oder 10 Grad. Backbord.
Come up to 5.
Rudergänger. 5 Grad. Backbord.
Ooh, what was that? Rudder
Oder
midships.
midschiffs.
Both engines stop. Like a glove. I stopped.
Oder
Ah!
midschiffs.
Perfect. I was just about to increase speed again. Crew members arrested. Yes, we've got 2 delinquents who will receive some martial law, some court
Was benötigen
martialing.
Sie, Herr Offizier?
And that's Volker Reitenbach and Felix Seifert. Crew squads. Volker Reitenbach and Felix Seifert. One of each watch crew. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, one other thing that we once did was the fog degenerator, where we sent one of our deck service guys, the ones who do lookout. We sent him down to the chief engineer, to the what's that in English? Hang on, let me Google that real quick. The control room. Okay, that's simple. So the engineering department's control room, where they take care of all the engines and all that. We told him to grab the fog degenerator. Obviously, there's no such thing. And he went down there, and then we called the control room and told them that we just sent someone down to pick up the fog degenerator and just give them anything. And they played along, and they were like, yeah, for sure. And then they gave him like a laser distance measuring tool. Now, nowadays, those things fit into the palm of your hand, but that was like a laser distance measurement tool from like the 80s or something, so that was a 20-kilogram box. And he lugged it all the way through the ship and through all the staircases and onto the bridge. And when he arrived, like, we had to try so hard not to laugh, because obviously that thing, like I said, 20 kilos, very, very heavy. And he lobbed it all the way through the ship. And then he just went into his starboard bridge wing, where he was doing lookout, and he secured it with a rope and leaned it on the railing and fired that laser into the fog. He did that for half an hour. And at some point, the commanding officer came onto the bridge. Now, the commanding officer always sits on the starboard side of the bridge, and he looked outside into the bridge wing, and he saw this dude standing there with that heavy box on the railing and firing a laser into the fog for some reason. And he just looked at us and went, what's he doing? And the officer of the watch just said, he's degenerating the fog. And so CO just shook his head and just said it, didn't say anything anymore, and just let it happen. And then after half an hour, the dude mentioned, he called the bridge and was like, is it okay now? Can I stop? And we said, no, keep going. You're doing great. You're doing really well. So he degenerated the fog for another half an hour, and then the fog actually lifted out of coincidence. And so then we said, yeah, okay, you can bring the fog degenerator back into the control room now. And so he went and lobbed it back, and I don't think to this day that he figured out that there's no such thing as a fog degenerator. He was just being made a fool. There's loads of stories like that. If you spend any time in the service, like loads of inside jokes like that. So I need new crew.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
No, that's not the right dude for that. You're the right
Dies
dude for
könnten
that.
Ihre neuen Besatzungsmitglieder sein.
Now I should have someone who's ready to board again, right? No, I need 2 new men. Okay.
Diese Rekruten können
Rossmann is a good name. König is a good name. So 1 for each watch. Rossmann and König. Rossmann. König. There we go. Crew set up. And then let's report to the leading officer.
BDU ist von Ihrer letzten Unternehmung sehr beeindruckt. Solide Arbeit, Herr Kommandant.
Thank you. The U-boat front clasp in bronze for Eberhard Rossmann. That's our hydrophone operator or medic / medic. 15 more patrols. And commanding officer is still working on his Knight's Cross with oak leaves, cross sword, and diamonds. Gonna take a while because that's a lot of points that he needs. Right. Part 2 of Operation Drumbeat is fulfilled. And we're more than halfway to the next. Right. That convoy, that was on the way there, yeah, sure. And then on the Oscar November convoy, for sure. 26,000 tons. Yeah, so the Charles Tufts was a C3 with 7.8 thousand tons, 7.7 thousand tons, 7.2 thousand tons, 7.7 thousand tons, 7.8, 5.8 Empire Thunder. Yeah, that was one of the smaller ones. Charles Robinson, 7.8. And then here we go, T2 tanker, 10,000 tons. Just the other freighter, that was the one that was hit by the RJ Cullen. That was hit by the FAT torpedo. Just going in search pattern. So 5.7 thousand tons for free, basically. Thank you very much, FAT torpedo. Flower class, obviously that doesn't count. And the Fairfax, a T2 tanker, another 10,000 tons. T2s are simply the best ships to attack. They are brilliant. So what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 10. 10 freighters sunk. That's pretty good. I'm happy with that. Well done, boys. You've earned your shore leave. So we're gonna... Okay, first of all, hang on. We need to spend some time here. Put that stuff in the ventilation system. Yep. Looking good.
Ja.
We need a medic bag.
Jawohl, Herr Kalon. Bestätige.
You still have yours, you still have yours, you still have yours. And you need 2 more decoys.
Ja. Wie lauten Ihre Befehle,
Yeah, okay.
Herr Kalon?
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
2 more decoys. 1 more medic bag. How long? 12 minutes. Okay, that doesn't take that long. It's a good haul, hey, I would agree. That was a good mission. Happy with that. More ches, more pork, and some sausages. How long does that take? 3 days. Oh, that's a bit long. Hang on.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
What about that? Still 3 days.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
What about now? 2 days.
Ja.
Want something along the lines of like 8 hours. Still 2 days. Well, how long do they need to haul some food into the thing? 18 hours. Still too long.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
Hang on, why does that take 18 hours? What are you...
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
What are we even putting in the boat right now? What does take 7 minutes? $11, there we go. Okay. Orc. 18 hours. Jesus Christ. Why does it take so long? 6 hours? 7 hours? Yeah. Let's do 2 more hours.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
Doesn't make any sense.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
9 hours and 30. Six a.m. Yeah, okay, that's good. Right, it's 6:30 a.m. The boys just started their service for today. We've got some stuff loaded in the boat.
Ich bin Ihr Verbindungsoffizier, die Befehle
And
vom
you
Militär
guys
weiterzuleiten.
now get
Wie
to
kann ich
catch
Ihnen
the
behilflich sein?
earliest train
Sehr
home.
freundlich, Herr Kommandant. Ihre Mannschaft hat sich eine wohl...
Let's go. And the rest of the loading will be
Sehen Sie sich
done
die Lagerbestände an.
by our lovely, lovely dry dock workers. Right, and then fuel is already put in. I need a T3 in there, a T1 in there, another T1 in there, and another T1 in there. And in the stern tube, I would like T3s. Stern tube storage, T3. Bow tube storage, T1 FAT, T1 FAT, T1 FAT. And the rest, I'm gonna wait for them to make new ones available. And now the crew is off duty for 20 long days. What the hell was that? Oh, they spawned a boat inside of me again. Thank you very much. I love it. I love when that happens. Oh, devs, can you please get on that? You see? There's a second boat in the same berth as us.
Was benötigen Sie, Herr Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
Yeah, pretty damn good. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna change berth, and that's gonna cause damage again. Yep.
Kleine Fahrt, voraus.
Come on.
Schaden tun.
Yep.
Echo ist nicht
That'll do that.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Right, the next berth is clear, I think. Oh, no, that one's pumped out, right? No. Oh, that's the ceiling being reflected. Okay. Yeah, the next one is free. Okay.
Kurs setzen.
Yeah, I hate it when that happens. Happens way too
Alle
often.
Maschinen, stopp.
Let's just quickly redock here. And let the harbor repair that. They caused it, they repair it.
Kurs setzen.
There we go. Okay, so maybe the second berth is the one that I usually should take. Right.
Was benötigen Sie, Herr Offizier?
I need my decoys.
Bestätigen. Bestätigen.
Was benötigen
And
Sie?
then
Sehen
we're
Sie sich
gonna
die
have a look at
Lagerbestände an.
more stuff. Vegetables, naturally. Fruits. More sausages. Unfortunately no cheese, but that might still spawn. Torpedoes. I need an F3, a T1, a T3. Can take another T1 and another T3, and probably another T3. And then we're equipped. Three days for that loading. Don't spawn another boat. Okay, thank you. Let's see.
Benötigen Sie,
We
sehen
got
Sie sich die
cheese.
Lagerbestände an.
Cheese. When in France, buy cheese. Got, yeah, I mean, we're pretty much stocked then. That's looking good. Yep, I'm happy with that. That's gonna take 12 hours just to put some cheese on the boat. Come on. Surely you can't be serious about this. Right. I don't think there's any upgrades available.
Benötigen Sie, Herr Offizier.
Snorkel, that's not... that comes later for us. Same as the balcony device. The Borcom device is not researched yet. The toilets. We do have the improved toilets. Why on earth? Why on earth are they so angry with when we dive down deeper? And the tower number 4. No idea where tower number 3 went. We've got 0, 1, 2, and 4. Also not researched yet. Okay. What does the headquarter do, by the way? Soundkönig? Yeah, that's a late development. That one becomes available early 44. Okay. The lageunabhängige Torpedo. There's a new idea of upgrading it with additional setting that would make the pattern independent from the initial firing angle. I thought the point of the LOT was just that you could yeet it out sideways. Okay, I'm gonna have a look at that. Accumulators 3 still in the works. Anti-radio coating for snorkels. Yeah, we don't have snorkels yet. And the Borcom will be available early 43. I think we looked that up already. Yeah, okay. And then in the summer of 43 they will tell us to stop using Matox, so we want to be on Borcom by then already. Okay. What can we get mission-wise?
Eilt Ihnen voran. Dies sind aktuelle Einsatzbefehle vom BDU.
Southern
Streng
routes, drumbeat. I guess drumbeat. But it is so shallow there, I don't really like to go there, I'm gonna be honest. Southern routes, cheaper imports. But we do want to do drumbeat, come on. One more mission for drumbeat, 40,000 tons, that's pretty much 4 T2 tankers, and then we've got drumbeat in the bag. But that is a tale for another time. Thank you guys for tuning in today. That was a very, 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 very successful patrol. It was a pleasure to have you in, and I will see you guys soon. My name's Weight Loss Games. Hope to see you again. Bye-bye!